evening. I call this meeting of the Castleberry Independent School District Board of Education to order. Let the record show that a quorum of board members is present, that this meeting has been duly called, and that notice of this meeting has been posted in accordance with Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551. As a reminder, we are here for what is best to promote and encourage achievement for every student in our district. At this time, we will, my computer just went crazy, sorry. Here, let's do that. Let's go through paper. Jump down to item number 3, communication from citizens. We appreciate you being here this evening, and we always welcome communication from citizens of our district, individuals who wish to participate during the portion of the meeting designated for public comment. So sign up with the presiding officer or designee no later than 1 p.m. the day of the board meeting, and shall indicate the agenda item or topic on which they wish to address the board. Ms. Branch, do we have anyone who wishes to speak to the board tonight?
No, we do not.
Thank you, ma'am. Then we will move directly to item number 4. Ms. Smith-Faulkner, were there any questions called in regarding the consent agenda?
Yes, Mr. Board President, there was one clarification on the roofing project, and no questions, Lenny. No. So the clarification was the funding, and that is in the soft cost for the bond election, from the bond election, okay?
Thank you. Now we'll move on to item 5. We have 5A, Fine Arts Recognition. Ms. Smith-Faulkner.
Yes, at this time, we have our fine arts students, and they are going to recognize how staff and students in Castleberry ISD in the fine arts programs are en route to destination success.
Good evening, members of the board and Superintendent Smith-Faulkner. It is our pleasure this evening to discuss the roadmap for our district's continued success in fine arts. As we look across our classrooms, we don't just see students. We see innovators and leaders preparing for a world that demands their very best. Castleberry Fine Arts proudly maintains a commitment to an expectation of excellence in every lesson delivered and performance.
This year, we have officially cleared the runway for our district theme, Destination Success. Like any great voyage, the path to achievement this year required a clear map and the most dedicated crew of fine arts teaching experts that anyone could ask for. Tonight, we will celebrate the most recent achievements of our amazing Castleberry secondary students, and in the spirit of teacher appreciation, we must acknowledge how these talented fine arts teachers have provided them with the skills and motivation to reach their highest potential.
In visual arts, destination success begins with the courage to fail until excellence is achieved. This year, our artists didn't just participate in the TEA Visual Arts Scholastic Contest. They dominated. Students at Emerald Marsh Middle School competed in junior vase with 28 students earning perfect scores at the contest. At Castleberry High School, 56 students earned perfect scores at the vase contest. Both schools achieved the most winners recorded in Castleberry history. Of our high school winners, 3 students advanced to state vase, earning perfect scores at state.
This standard of brilliance is anchored by our teachers. When we call your name, would you please stand? Ms. Gonzalez, Mr. Brown, and Mr. Robinson. You don't just teach technique, you teach resilience. You are the architects of their vision. We appreciate you and all that you do. Let's give them a round of applause.
If Destination Success had a soundtrack, it would be played at 120 beats per minute by over 600 teenagers in perfect formation. After the most recent UIO contest, multiple sweepstake wins, it's clear that the Castleberry Band program doesn't just follow the roads to success, they are the road. Recently, at the Region 30 UIO Band Contest, IMMS band students received straight ones from all judges in concert performance and sight reading. Castleberry High School Wind Ensemble and Symphonic Bands earned the same superior performance and sight reading recognition, as well as the coveted sweepstakes trophies. Students also performed this past weekend at the UIL State Wind Ensemble Festival at the University of Texas at Austin, as well as earned national recognition for their wind ensemble as they were named this year's Mark of Excellence Commended winners. We are especially proud to recognize the following students who earned prestigious UIL State Gold Medals for the exemplary individual musical achievement and outstanding section performance. Please stand, students, when I call your name. Audience, please hold your applause until the last name is called. Raul Vital, Crystal Fernandez, Heidi Ramirez, Emmanuel Cardona Martinez, Jesus Rico, Cassandra Salas, Xiomara Garcia, Emiliano Gutierrez. And to those who couldn't come, Emilio Hernandez, Francisco Trejo, and our drum major, Ruth Juarez. Congratulations to this outstanding accomplishment. We are so proud of you all.
Another success to note, Irma Marsh Middle School bands were recently recognized by the Mr. Holland's Alpes Foundation and awarded a donation of instruments from their Adopt a School campaign. The total retail value of the donation was $34,827 and was made possible through generous funding from the Van Halen family. Yes, that Van Halen family. To our directors, when we call your name, would you please stand? Mr. Perry, Mr. McCall, Ms. Sampley, and Mr. Ball. You demonstrate that excellence isn't an accident. It is a result of consistent effort and intelligent execution. Thank you for never lowering the bar. Let's give them a round of applause.
We continue our journey with choir. Destination success is reached through the perfect blend of voices. Whether it was earning superior and excellent ratings at UIL solo and ensemble contest, or the full ensembles performance at the UIL concert and sight rating contest. These choir students have proven that when you work in harmony, you arrive at your goals faster.
To our vocal pilot, Miss McNeil, would you please stand? You teach students that even when the notes are high and the air is thin, they have the breath support to reach the summit. Thank you for all that you do. Let's give a round of applause to Miss McNeil.
Enter stage left, theater. Our drama department doesn't just put on plays, we build worlds. From the lead actors to the techies who make sure the lights turn on, these students embody the show must go on spirit. After our recent UIL one-act play success, it's clear we have some future Oscar winners in our midst. IMMS theater students also earned individual recognitions for outstanding technical work and all-star actors. Congratulations, students.
To our theater educators, when we call your name, would you please stand? Miss Benoit and Miss Daria. You are the directors of our dreams. You push us to be vulnerable, to be bold, and to be professional. Thank you for showing theater students that success is a performance of character. Let's give them a round of applause.
Finally, we celebrate mariachi. Here, Destination Success is a vibrant fusion of heritage and high-stakes performance. There's no average in mariachi. There's only passion and precision. Their recent award-winning performance proves that when you honor your roots with commitment to excellence, the sky is truly the limit.
Castleberry High School Mariachi Los Leones was awarded Superior Straight Ones for performance at the State UIL Mariachi Contest. Both Irma Marsh Middle School and Castleberry High School's five mariachi ensembles earned Division I ratings at the recent Fort Worth Mariachi Extravaganza Contest. In addition, both the high school and the middle school received the coveted Best-in-Class trophies, designating CIC Mariachi as the overall extravaganza winners.
To our mariachi instructors, when we call your name, would you please stand? Mr. Sigala and Mr. Salazar. You instill a tradition of excellence that our students will carry for a lifetime. Thank you for teaching our students that excellence isn't just about how you play the vihuela, but the pride and corazon you put into every performance. Let's give them both a round of applause.
In closing, we told everyone the goal was destination success, but Castleberry students took it too literally. Our trophy cases are currently undergoing a structural integrity check because they cannot hold any more trophies. Our teachers have also forgotten what a weekend is and what quality sleep looks like.
But that is the tradition of excellence we built. Success isn't a place we visit, it's an atmosphere we breathe. To our fine arts teachers, again, thank you for being the conductors of greatness. To our parents, would you please stand to be recognized? To our school board, thank you for ensuring our flight is always funded and our destination is always high. We look forward to another year of making beautiful music together and reaching new destinations. Thank you.
We're going to take some pictures. So we want all those smiling faces up here, and Angela will direct it if anybody else wants to take some pictures. We will pause and take a few minutes.
on the pocket.
We're going to go ahead and get back onto item 5B, draft of proposed compensation plan. Ms. Walker.
Yes, Mr. Board President, at this time, Captain Walker, our Director of Talent Acquisition and Development, will share a draft of the proposed compensation plan.
Good evening, school board trustees and superintendent. Tonight, I present to you the first draft of the proposed compensation plan for 2026-2027. And I would like to step you through some updates, and I'm going to do it quickly because Ms. Smith-Faulkner said I had to turn my novel into a Reader's Digest episode. Our strategic plan links educator quality directly to compensation. We are shifting to an incentive-based culture where competitive compensation fuels our mission to recruit, retain, and reward the high-performing educators that our students deserve. Don't be alarmed by the red in the draft. To ensure a consistent voice, we have simplified and shortened the text to make the policy more accessible and transparent for our staff. Most of these updates swap jargon for clarity without changing the policy intent. I'll be focusing today on a few strategic adjustments made to clear up vague areas and to keep our compensation aligned with the current market. Page 6 now reflects our full compensation landscape, integrating ACE, ADSY, additional day school year, and the teacher retention allotment into our master plan. We've used this opportunity to align grant-funded pay with district standards, simplify stipends, and connect job descriptions to the evaluation process. To protect our budget, we've added formal overtime oversight procedures on pages 10 and 20. These steps ensure supervisors can effectively monitor hours and prevent the unbudgeted costs associated with unauthorized overtime, ensuring that our spending remains within our fiscal constraints. Our modified salary chart on page 23 introduces two strategic talent pipelines. The residency program is a partnership with Texas Wesleyan and Texas Christian Universities, providing 6 residents, each with a $20,000 salary, 50% of which is state-funded through the LASSO grant. They earn a year of service and can provide weekly sub-coverage for the district in the second semester, another cost savings for our district. With the intern pathway, we structured pay to incentivize alternative certification candidates to meet House Bill 2 deadlines. Higher pay dangles the carrot for interns to earn their standard certificate by the time they start year 2. Next, on page 22 and 23, we've also added the state's teacher retention allotment to reward longevity. $4,000 for teachers with 3 to 4 years experience and $8,000 for those with 5 or more years. And we've locally funded librarians because we know how important they are as instructional leaders. Regarding the retirees, we've removed the 20-year pay cap, and in alignment with House Bill 2, the mandatory 16.5 TRS surcharge will now be passed through as a salary reduction. On pages 24 through 29, you'll see a couple of places where we've made some changes. These key plan updates include the shift to the ARD facilitator model to save money and a refined pay scale for our speech-language pathologist assistants. We also adjusted pay grades for technology, auxiliary, and high school assistant principals to ensure our compensation reflects both current market value and increased job responsibilities. On page 32, you'll see where we've increased the number of TIA eligible assignments for 2026-2027. We are dedicated to maintaining the program as a way for our educators to earn up to 6 figures. Now, more details on the specific modifications will follow in the strategic compensation section. Our perfect attendance incentives on page 33 are a point of pride for the district. While these are financial incentives for teachers and aides every 6 weeks and for staff annually, they actually save us significant indirect and opportunity costs. We are one of the few districts offering this and strongly recommend continuing the program. On page 34, our longevity pay remains another key differentiator for the district. It is essential for meeting our 18% retention goal by rewarding employees who return year after year. Additionally, we are right-sizing through administrative decentralization to shift decision-making authority from the central office directly to the campus level. This transition ensures that leadership is closer to the classroom, allowing for more responsive, student-centered outcomes and greater site-based accountability. To support the Bluebonnet curriculum rollout, we are decentralizing elementary leadership by shifting from central office coaches to campus-based academic leaders. These roles are strategically funded through grants to provide direct site-based support for our instructional transition. At the middle school, the campus academic leader will provide daily support alongside a title-funded English language arts and reading instructional coach. This ensures a dedicated focus on literacy through a strategic site-based leadership. At the high school, the academic dean role will transition to a campus academic leader to sharpen instructional focus, also supplemented by a title-funded English language arts and reading coach. At the Alternative Learning Center, the assistant principal role will transition to academic dean of alternative education as we explore new virtual learning options. Our next step is using Skyward to finalize budget scenarios, ensuring that the 2026-27 compensation plan is optimized for fiscal health and final approval. Pending any questions, the details of the strategic compensation plan will be covered in the next presentation under Agenda Item 5C.
Any questions?
I have just one question. On the Bluebonnet campus leaders, they're going to be financed through grants. You know, we always have to ask that question, well, how long is the grant? What happens when the grant's gone?
I'll let
So we know the LASSO grant's for 3 years, and so that's how we're covering the math portion. They've had one CAL now, so they have 2. So I can foresee if we do not have the funding, after the initial implementation, that it takes a lot to implement it with fidelity, then we would downsize back to 1 campus academic leader like we have now. But we felt like there's a very heavy lift with Bluebonnet. So we wanted to be sure that we gave our teachers all of the resources necessary to support at the campus level.
So, okay. And then when I looked online on the package, there were lots of blanks on what the salaries were. Is that going to be filled in
Blanks?
later? The high school principal salary was missing, the middle school salaries were missing.
So that's, I don't know, but that is part, if you look at the strategic compensation plan, it could be various, and I think that we're going to cover it in this next presentation.
And I can show you later. It really is not something for this, but okay. And could you go back about, I missed what you said about a salary reduction. I missed who was having a salary reduction.
I don't remember.
Was that about the local librarians?
No.
It was right after that.
Right after that. No, I mentioned that the one thing that we're shifting to is the equity adjustments. So we're moving to an art facilitator position, shifting from diagnosticians to art facilitators. They require less certification, and we can hire them for a lower salary. The diagnosticians that we have will remain where they are. We're not downgrading anyone, it's just for future hiring.
Okay.
That's the
Thank you.
model
I
we're
just-
moving
I
to.
just-
Could you go back
I
to when
just
you were
missed-
talking, part of your presentation, we were talking about people here 20-plus years? And what came right after that? I think that's when it
The
happened.
longevity?
Because I wrote that same note also.
I think if you clicked your UEA link that you provided in your presentation, we could show that we're working on the experienced teacher salary and where we fall with UEA. This has been kind of a purposeful movement within
Right
the
there.
salary structure.
Wait, did you find it? There you go.
Yeah. Can you make that just a little bigger, Angela? And I think that when, as we're looking at zero-year teachers, Castleberry always went after beginning year teachers. And what we're noticing is we have less turnover rate. I'll show y'all that a little later. And when we look at it, Angela, go all the way to the top, back, and look at, once we hit 5 years of service, Castleberry's within the top 2 or 3 in pay, or 4. And you'll notice we've worked tremendously in the years of 20, 25, and 30 because we were at the bottom of the list previously. And so what we're doing is we're honoring our teachers that have more experience in the district. So I don't know if that's what you were talking about at the time, but our residents, once they have 1 year, they actually jump, once they complete a year with us, they actually jump on 1 year of service instead of having to start at 0, which also boosts their pay.
Yeah, I'm not sure on the longevity pay. Is that where you were talking about? Where
Well, I just wrote myself a note, said 20-plus years salary reduction, question
Oh,
mark. And so,
So originally, okay, I know what you're talking about. Originally, we had capped any retired teacher who was being rehired at 20 years. So if the teacher was coming back and they had more than 20 years, we were capping them at 20 and we weren't paying them higher on the salary matrix because we were having to recoup some losses from that 16.5 TRS surcharge that we get charged whenever we hire a teacher that's retired and then comes back into the profession. Because the House Bill 2 removed that surcharge had to be paid by the district, it now can be paid by the employee that we hire. We took off that 20-year cap so that they can get onto a higher matrix because now they're going to be responsible for paying that 16.5% surcharge.
yes, that's what it was.
Is that what it was? Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
I
Yes,
think,
ma'am.
is that what you were talking about?
Yes, yes.
Perfect. Everybody good? On to item 5C, please.
Okay, so now we're moving on to the strategic compensation update. As one of only a dozen districts selected for the state strategic compensation grant, we started piloting a model that pays with educator effectiveness and student outcomes. This initiative allows teachers to earn raises at rates comparable to other professional industries, moving away from the slower pay scales step by step by step. Castleberry is now among over 50 Texas districts overhauling human capital structures to financially reward measurable student achievement. Angela, if you'll move on to the next slide. Thank you. So why are we one of the districts who are part of this shift? Well, first off, I love giving away money. I mean, seriously, they say money can't buy happiness, but in my experience, when you give someone more money, it sure makes them happier. The whole point of strategic compensation is to be able to give people chances to make more money through performance incentives directly tied to district goals and priorities. But first, we need the money to do this. While enrollment and attendance drive our base funding, we proactively use grants to enhance our compensation model, though these funds usually come with specific requirements or strings attached. Strategic compensation is more than just scorecards. It is financial stewardship that aligns how we generate revenue, how we get that money, and how we intentionally invest in staff. Tonight, I will show you how we are mapping these resources to high-impact positions that directly support our mission and student needs. In our compensation plan, we highlighted targeted funding like the TXRL, and the LASSO grants that support early literacy and extended school years through ADSY, and the teacher residencies. Similarly, the teacher incentive allotment allows us to funnel state funds directly back to our highest performing educators. Now, TIA, or the teacher incentive allotment, remains a primary driver for our strategic compensation, and we are thrilled to announce a new round of designations that's going to be coming out this week. We have 25 new recipients and 4 redesignations. We will now have 54 locally designated teachers and 4 additional designees who transferred from other districts. These TIA funds stay at the teacher's campus to support instructional staff, serving as a powerful retention tool with an impressive 96.67% return rate among our designated educators. We only lost one of our TIA designated teachers transitioning from 24-25 to 25-26. I think that's amazing. Yay. Now, as promised, we are also expanding TIA eligibility to include nearly all elementary teachers, and we have a broader range of secondary core and advanced staff. While the data management is increasingly complex, and I've linked the TIA tables in here for you, and it shows each grade level, content level, what specific tools we're using, how we're actually measuring. And it's pretty detailed, and it's not a simple formula anymore. But we feel like this investment is vital to ensuring all teachers have a path to higher earnings. By the spring of 2027, this expansion qualifies us for enhanced TIA. That's going to provide us increased state funding and greater flexibility in how we distribute both retention and incentive allotments. And I'm going to show you in the next timeline on the next slide. So our timeline highlights our progress in generating TIA funds and launching the initial strategic compensation phase for principals. This fall, we began data capture for our principals, and this upcoming fall of 2026, we'll begin data capture for assistant principals, campus academic leaders, and elementary teachers, with an effectiveness pay scheduled to launch in the fall of 2027. Now, you may remember this graphic. These 3 categories, student performance, instructional leadership, and campus environment, will now drive principals' pay. As shown in the October scorecard example, point criteria vary by campus level, while the category weights remain the same. To address concerns regarding pay, we have ensured that the principal scoring at Proficient 1, that's 65 or more points out of 100, will earn more than they would under the previous 2025-2026 plan. The following slide outlines the specific salary bands for each level. Again, points are tied directly to principal effectiveness, with those salary bands designed so that Proficient 1 earns above their current pay. We have also designated 2026-27 as a hold harmless year, allowing principals who land at the progressing or unsatisfactory levels 1 year to improve while maintaining their current salary. Additionally, we are introducing up to $7,500 in incentive pay above the base salary for meeting district priority goals. These incentives directly align with House Bill 3, Special Education and CCMR goals, rewarding leaders for driving progress in these critical areas. As we expand strategic compensation, we begin the data capture year for assistant principals, campus academic leaders, and elementary teachers. While the scorecards are still in the design phase and subject to refinement, the next 2 slides show our progress in aligning student outcomes and district priorities with educator point values. The first slide outlines the proposed breakdown for APs and CALs, and the next slide shows the proposed breakdown for elementary teachers. To wrap up, we are exercising intentional fiscal stewardship by leveraging targeted funding to support our district initiatives and by strategically right-sizing our staffing and aligning pay With high-quality performance, we're ensuring every dollar supports educator effectiveness and student success. Our goal is to return next year with measurable results, improved student outcomes, higher retention rates, and a thriving, well-compensated workforce. Thank you.
Any questions? You have a question? Go ahead.
Are the measurements for the principal incentive allotment given by the state, or is that are those local measurements?
These are local measurements. So part of the strategic compensation is for us to work with a third party and design this based on our campus priorities, campus needs, and district goals.
That's part of the grant with Steady State that we have that TEA is implementing, and so they give us a starting point so that we are pretty much aligned with other districts that are implementing this. So the measures are still based on A through F and STAR. It's just what is the formula for what's important to Castleberry's district and our needs. That's where we have some ways that we can adjust it, and we aligned it with the board's House Bill 3 goals as a start.
And we will be voting on this, correct? The strategic compensation plan?
It will be in the overall compensation plan.
You mentioned that we're expanding TIA eligibility. So is that just a district decision that we can make, or is there also guidance that we have to follow?
It's guidance. In order to get to the point where we can sustain the strategic compensation, we need to have as many eligible teaching assignments as possible through TIA to generate revenue so that we have money to work with. In addition, it adds extra money when we reach a certain threshold. We get enhanced TIA, which provides additional funds from the state and more flexibility with how we can spend the funding.
I want to clarify, though, I think what the question is that, and Scott can kind of help with this, is there is a lot of formula figuring, and we have to meet a certain threshold to be approved to be able to issue TIA. You have maybe heard of other districts around us who they did not meet, what is the word? It's not compliance.
They weren't validated.
Validation, thank you. They did not meet their validation, and so some of them are not going to move forward with TIA. So far, we've been able to meet the validation, and we have moved to STAR for the measurement in many areas, and then we're still exploring to be sure that we can make within validation, because if you don't meet validation, the state is not going to give you the additional money as a pass-through to your teachers. So they do regulate it very closely, and it is a lot of extra work on creating the data, ensuring it fits the formula, and then ensuring, again, that we can validate the growth measures within that. So there is meetings that are happening with TEA, Steady State. They have a TEA rep, Steady State. They oversee the process that we're doing and approve, basically give us approval to move forward.
And then this is a larger question that probably has a lot of different factors and response into it. But I was curious, what were the trickiest parts of just this process? On top of the time that it takes, the data collection, the plugging it in, like the time or the hours that goes into it, what were the biggest challenge areas? And then what kind of gaps do we still see even with this, knowing that rollout takes a few years to happen? It is a big question.
Yeah, I'm going to say it is a lot. And so our rollout, TEA, I just said, look, we're a small district. We're rolling out. We want to be sure that what we roll out is correct and that we do it. We're able to take the data in and validate it. So they actually, in our last meeting, gave us a document that said, how much time do you need? We're going to be expanding on the timeline to give you a little more time, because I literally told them, you know, we don't have a lot of people that are able to digest the data, ensure all the testing is going to, you know, be valid. And so we are submitting to them a new timeline so that they can give us a little more time to ensure that we're doing this correctly. And so I would say just implementing and ensuring that the data points we have meet validation so that we do not make a mistake and we're the reason that teachers do not get their TIA. That is what lays heavy on our heart.
Thank you.
And I think too, as when we started small, it was very, very manageable. And the more and more data that we're collecting, we're trying to utilize tools that we're already using in the district, but that just creates a large pool of tools to pull from. And so the management of that is pretty overwhelming at times.
I think the proudest thing about it is if you look at our experienced teachers that have been here who are being successful and where they are in the 10 years, the 20 years, then you put the TIA on top of it. We have teachers that make over $100,000 in the district now because of these incentives.
Quick question. I think as we move into the enhanced part of it, I'm just wondering, distribution-wise, like where are the bulk of the teachers, and are we using that to kind of drive how to scale and improve across the district?
That's a great question. As you see and you look at who can get the designations, we have very strategically put it where the greatest needs are for the district, and then also the incentive pay. You'll notice that it's also in the areas where we want to see student growth and improvement. And so we're doing that first, laying the foundation and expanding, and college and career military readiness will be the next portion for college readiness. And so we have a plan for that. So we kind of started small and we're building, but there's not always, we had to find tests because not everybody has a STAR test. What are the measurements that TA is going to allow us to utilize? And so that's been another growing pain because there's been some changes on what they allow us to utilize and what's out there. Well, there's not very much out there. I'll be honest with you. And some districts create their own, but we don't have the manpower. So what's available is what we usually take advantage of after it's kind of that's gone through the growing pains with it.
And just one more, and you talked about this earlier, but if a principal were to get an unsatisfactory and now their salary is decreased, I mean, this is some heavy decreases that we're looking at. So are we being fair to our principals? And what are some of the, is that an unfair question?
No, because I think that the principal sitting there has that concern also. But I believe that we wrote a hold harmless that they get a year before their salaries decrease so that they have an opportunity. Things can happen. That's not within their control. Especially if you have a small teaching staff at Joy James, you have 2 or 3 teachers in one grade level. Let's say something happens to a key teacher. Well, that might be something that's out of their control that we can always sit back and go, that is a hold harmless year, and so we're going to move forward. But when we looked at it, we felt very good about where we landed, where they are currently in their success, and what trajectory we see in our benchmarks. And so we will be meeting with them individually to let them know what their hold harmless year for next year is.
And so there's only 1 year of hold harmless. What if there's a bad year another year? Do we have that local flexibility to
You could, but I think that there comes some predictability and staffing and hiring that we all have to look into. But if there is something that is out of their control, again, that's certainly for the board to decide.
Okay. And yes,
Thank you.
Yeah. I remember hearing this how many years ago? 5 years ago. And I thought it was a great idea. And now when it's here, it gives me a little bit of a pause. So that's why I'm asking those hard questions. Thank you.
Item 5D, budget work session. Mr. Wooten?
All right. Good evening, Mr. President, Board of Education, and Superintendent. Tonight, I'll walk you through where we are financially, and more importantly, what will drive our budget moving forward. And so we believe what will drive our budget moving forward is student enrollment. And that's going to be the bulk of our discussion tonight. Because as you said before, more students come to school, it increases ADA, and ADA increases state funding, state aid. Next slide. So the key discussion points for tonight are year-end estimates, which is a point in time as of April 30th, budget drivers, and we said those budget drivers are enrollment, ADA, and weighted average daily attendance. And then we're going to talk about the enrollment impact. What if we gained 100 students, and what if we lost 100 students? How would that look? And then next steps. The quintessential question is, where do we expect the district to end the year financially? Next slide. This is as of April. Right now, we believe that we're going to collect 99% of our budget, and we're also going to spend 99%. So the net change is positive. That's of April 30th. It hopefully will get better. Next slide. So this is what we're doing now. Instead of cutting the budget, what we're doing now is taking a strategic shift to increase enrollment. Because we want to keep our students, we want to grow our brand and strengthen our community and build for long-term growth. And this is going to help us academically, but also more students will help us financially. Next slide. So this slide shows our full pre-K through graduation pathway. Our focus is keeping our students and attracting new families. Events like our open house support that effort because enrollment drives our financial stability. This is probably my favorite slide here. This is a cohort progression. This slide, in my assessment, tells the full story. Each band represents a grade level, and the total height, pretty much if you go to the top, it's going to tell you how many students that we have in that particular bandwidth. The cohort line, this line follows one group of students as they move through our system. So basically what we're doing here is that we track every student as they enter the system. And what this does for me is that this helps me figure out exactly what my staff to student ratio looks like, teacher to student classroom sizes. So this helps with the budget. It tells me exactly what kind of enrollment that I'm going to have. So I want to make a point. If you look at, if a student enters this cohort in pre-K, and we have 196 students, and you can see the progression to kindergarten. The numbers are getting stronger and stronger, and then first grade, and then second grade. All of a sudden, we start dropping. So this tells us exactly what data points and what pressure points in the process that we need to kind of focus on. Next slide. So this slide, pretty much this slide tells us the financial impact. I want to draw your eyes to the red square there. If we lose 100 students, our net change from the base year is $800,000. So if enrollment drops by 100 students, we're going to lose funding of $800,000. Look at the green portion. Conversely, if we increase students by $100 students, we're going to gain $1.1 million if we were to increase enrollment by 100 students. Subsequently, if we increase enrollment by 200 students, we're going to gain about $2 million. And so that's the key takeaway for this graph is that student enrollment is important, ADA is important. Basically, we get paid off of both basic allotment and weighted average daily attendance. If we were to increase our average daily attendance by 1%, we would earn $735,000 just by that 1%. That would mean that every student would have to come to school every day. And so basically, I'm gonna stop there in case you got any questions about this chart.
I have two quick questions. I think we're going to get a lot of students because it looks so great, so we're going to have room for them.
Sure.
And then the other question, are we privy to how many students are leaving our school because of the vouchers, and I can't remember what it's called, the freedom
I
That's the
can
question.
answer that.
Yep.
So something came across my desk the other day just for our area. There's really not any very many approved areas that serve other than pre-K or kinder. That was approved in the voucher. But the key to that is going back, when you look at the cohort progression, is that we have to capture them as a pre-K student. And when you capture them as a pre-K student, you see that we can predict the numbers. And so that's why we have the pre-K roundup. And then we've added, because we have, June gave me the numbers today on our transfer students. And so we're looking at increasing close to 100 but we have to keep our transfer students, and they're going through a process. So it takes a while for us to process them and check their eligibility. So if you see this on May 14th, anyone that's a transfer student has been invited to a preview. I've had parents call me from other local school districts who have emailed me about what's going on preview day, and we've sent out 15,000. Ms. Offenbaker has targeted students from 4-year-olds to 16-year-old houses, and there's 15,000 of these that have gone out advertising our preview. Because what we feel best is for our staff and our parents who already transfers to be here, to be able to talk to our parents and our new transfers, and for them to decide if Castleberry is the best fit for them. If you also look at his chart, I was here during the day when we had over 4,000 students. Our district is probably built for 2,000 elementary and 2,000 secondary at a max. And so what we can do is we jumped on the transfers early so that we can, and we process them, and we're watching our overall enrollment, because we can only have so many kids in elementary that feed into middle school and high school. And so at the times that we had about 4,050 kids, we were really full as a district, so we really cannot accept more than that.
Do we have empty classrooms at the elementary level?
Yes, we can empty some classrooms at elementary level.
Mr. Wooten, what ADA is being projected with the numbers here?
That's at 92%. Good question. Oh.
Now we're on to 5E.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You good? All right, Board, Mr. President, Board, Mr. Caton, Superintendent, thanks again for allowing me to present the budget update as of from July 1 to April 21st, right? Next slide. So today's discussion points, we're going to talk about the budget snapshot, budget financial performance, and next steps action plan. So as we said before, we feel pretty good about where we are in our projections. We believe that we're going to collect 99% of our budget, and we're also going to spend. We believe the net change is going to be positive. Next slide. So here's the budget financial performance. Please draw your eyes to the green square. Obviously, we look good in every other category. Myself and Chief Appraiser will talk about the 96%. It's due because a drop in our levy. Next slide. So this is one of the things that we noted in December. Chief Appraiser, we come up here and talk about this one. We had a drop in the levy, and because of increased exemptions, and I asked Chief Appraiser to come up here and kind of give us a debrief as to what unfolded.
Good evening. I'm Jordan Bobbitt. I've been here before. Glad to be back. So it really came down to one property, and there was a $72 million apartment complex that was a public property, and so in 2024 and prior, it was totally exempt. It was owned by Ironwood Public Facility Corporation. It sold to FW Street Facility Corporation. And so that sold in May of 2025. That exemption automatically comes off because you can't carry over a total exempt property. It prorates essentially. And so once we saw the ownership come through, we had to remove the exemption. It wasn't until October that we received enough documentation to show that the new owner was a public facility corporation also. So then we had to put the exemption back on. It's just a $72 million property, so that's a fairly large property, and we have to grant the exemption. And so it briefly came off the roll during certification, and then the exemption came back on. So timing-wise, not optimal.
How does that impact us in layman's terms?
Well, when we certified, you had 72 additional $1 million, so when the rates get set and everything, you're assuming you're gonna have all this extra money when the rates get set. And then that money gets taken away. And so now I think it's roughly $500,000 impact.
Yeah, so basically.
But will it come up in the state aid side now? So it's really, we're gonna get the same amount, it's just what bucket it's coming from
That's
now?
right,
I
'cause
think that's what I was getting at.
Yeah, and we did a presentation maybe 2 months ago that the entitlement, the state has made statute that we will get our full entitlement. I think the next step is to work with our tax attorney to make sure we self-report to the state that this has happened. And then, so they're gonna make, there's provisions in the law to get us paid. And so this year, this budget year, we will take a slight hit, but in 7 to 8 months, we're going to see that money back in our coffers. So, but it's a shell game right now, right? So
The tax roll is always fluid, so the moment we certify, there's always, like homesteads come in up to 2 years late. Total exemptions come in 5 years late. And so there's all this stuff that can hit the roll. Very rarely does anything get added to the roll after we certify. It's just a trickle down from that point on.
So it'll affect our budget a little bit this year. It won't, because you just said 7 to 8 months. We'll see that.
So it will it will impact the 25-26 budget, and we're estimating about $500,000 hit. But the offset of that is that interest earned. We've also made money on interest earned, so it will help soften the blow a little bit. But
then the state will give us
Yeah.
back that money.
yes, ma'am. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. They will.
So a little hiccup.
We just want to make you aware of what transpired and that the mechanisms that are in place are working. And so, hate that it had to happen to us, but we'll wait our time and we'll get our money back. So, Mr. President, any questions? I think that's all we have.
No more questions. Thank you, Mr. Polley. Thank you, Mr. Wood. On to item 5F. Mr. Holloman.
Good evening, Board, President Tolliver, Superintendent Smith-Faulkner. I'm going to change things up just a little bit. We are going to speed it up, but I'm going to, on the celebration of your all 2-year anniversary of passing the bond, we're going to do a quick video that's going to be a time lapse from start to finish. So I hope we're excited about that. It's been a lot in a short amount of time, so hopefully the video will do it justice to show you all what kind of progress and success that we've had. Okay, go ahead, Angela. Okay, our strategic plan remains the same, 3.2.2, on time, within budget, and with all safety protocols. We're actually a little bit ahead of time and under budget, which is something to celebrate each and every month. That's why I'll keep bringing it to you. Okay, go ahead. And here we have some whiteouts. So that's the first month we've had that. So we've completed some of our infrastructure, which is our transformer and our power lines. We also completed, of course, the band hall last semester. So still to go is a few items, and then we'll jump into the final phase this summer, which hopefully we will complete in the fall semester and be ready for the spring semester with all those originally designed items completed. Okay, go ahead. Real quick with the financial overview, not a lot of change because we had actually just paid on our pay app last month when I came to you all, and we've had one come through Friday, but we have a couple of weeks to get that paid out. So not a whole lot this month. Go ahead. And so here we go with our video. If you have any questions on that before we do the video, because this is going to be so exciting, you might forget your questions. So, and I'll try to narrate with the best narration voice that I have. Here we go. Okay. So this is, of course, 2 years ago. This is last summer, and we will begin grading. Go ahead. So during this time, and this is last summer, obviously with a little bit of the stabilization, we actually removed 47,000 yards of dirt. So as you can see, the crane's coming in. We're going to start drilling our piers, getting our slab on grade ready. So we'll also pour and set our elevator pits in place. You can start seeing a little bit of our piers coming up. So this would be last summer because we are starting our slab on grade. You can see a little bit of our brick coming up. So this would have been going into a little bit of fall, and there's our elevator shaft being built. So that's just in a short amount of time. That was the early package was complete, and now we're erecting steel. We had about $5 million worth of steel and labor that we erected in about, I say we, they erected in about a 4 or 5 month period of time, which is outstanding, especially considering that we were below grade when we started B and 2 stories high. Also to mention here is that we added the storm shelter, which is a lot of extra labor. So here's our framing going up. This would have been going into the early spring. As you remember, our waterproofing around the edges. Here we go. I think you'll see a little bit going in with our weather coming up as soon as we start the stairways. A lot going on in the interior that's not going to be able to be shown on this. There was our January 29th snow, and there goes our brick veneer. So in about a 6-week period of time, we completely dried in both edges of that building. I want to remind everybody this is well over 100,000 square feet that we're doing at one time here. And here goes our learning stairs. Now we're coming up into late spring, and there we go. So we weren't quite that fast. But that's what I have for you this month. Again, I've done a few of these, and this has probably been the most successful to this point. I'm going to knock on wood with both hands. But I still will entertain any questions that you may have or questions moving forward. Otherwise, we'll come to you with some more updates next month.
Is that
Thank
video
you.
available to the public or somewhere?
Sure. We can make it available to you guys. That's what we're here for.
Was it on YouTube? Is that where?
No, that one's not on YouTube. That one's something that BTC created, but the videos that WRA does with the drones are all on YouTube, and we can send you those links as well.
Great. Anybody else?
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Item 5G. Ms. Smith Faulkner.
This next presentation does, we have several people that have been working on this project that's with me. Also, I saw Humberto Aguilera come in, so he's also here in case we have any questions. He's with our bond counsel. He is the person that wrote the ballot language for us. So first, I just want to say that it is amazing to see the progress that's been made since the approval of your 2024 bond project. The progress, the work that's been done has all been outstanding. Before we know it, the connector, our science rooms, that storm shelter, the drama theater, the library, and the cafe will be ready and furnished for our students to occupy that in August of this year. That is amazing. In December, the CTE, the CCMR, in the office area will be completed, and students will be out of those portables. We've gotten rid of some in our new state-of-the-art CTE facility built with a college and career-going focus. And so that will be coming in December. Because we've been ahead of schedule and because we have worked many hours on the project, it leads us to our next exciting chapter, and it gives us a little more of an opportunity than what we thought we might have because of the savings due to the time frame and the fact that we're on schedule, and we've avoided some things that come up during building. And so this leads us to being able to talk about the remodel of the existing main entrance or the north end of the existing building. This is the original building when you look at it and what was the first part of the school built. That's also what many of the voters said, please do not get rid of where I went to school when you walk up the stairs and where the main office of Mr. Barnes was. Due to careful planning by WRA, the execution of BTC, and many owners' meetings, Derek can attest to that, I am thrilled to report that we are on schedule, ahead of schedule, actually, and have saved money to ensure that we can provide modernized and updated spaces within the traditional building footprint. We weren't sure how much we would have left and what exactly we could do, and we kind of have a clear idea of some of the needs that we need in our district. So we're going to start with looking more closely with the needs of the students who currently attend Reach and Truce, or what you might know as the alternative learning campus in this area. Our enrollment is growing. We are adapting the best we can within our existing building and within the budget to meet the needs of our more diverse students who thrive in a non-traditional learning environment. We have more and more students who seem to thrive better in the non-traditional setting. But at the same time, we also still encounter a lot of challenges, and we encounter new challenges than when Reach was first built, or actually when it was in the portable behind my English classroom at the Irma Marsh Middle School. We need to expand our services that are provided. We need to expand on services that are provided by employees on other campuses. For example, we have employees that must leave their home campus to come and travel to Reach and Truce from high school and some other areas to help meet the needs of our students in Reach and Truce. And then we say, how do we provide special education services? Our case managers, that diagnostician from other campuses, are we going to continue to ask them to be at one campus and travel to another campus? Because we have diverse students that all have needs and that are more successful in a non-traditional classroom. We need to ensure that each student has an individualized graduation plan based on their needs and their goals and their dreams, and has the same access to post-secondary readiness. Let's think about this. It is now developing that our Reach students and the thinking that we previously had and what we offered for students has changed, where Reach students need to have the same opportunities for CTE. We don't have any beautiful CTE, post-secondary opportunities. And what about college classes? Our Reach students are attending more and more college, but have limited access to college courses, whether it's the teachers we can provide, and again, just limited to what we're going to be providing our high school students with the CTE pathways. How can we better align Truce curriculum with the students' CHS teachers' classroom? Right now, they're very, because of the teachers being at the high school or the middle school, and the students are at Truce, we must put them on a different curriculum. But what if we could bring the teacher to the students at Truce and continue the high-quality instruction that they deserve from their original teacher with touch points? More students work. We find out, I was talking to Mr. Molinar about this, many have family obligations, some have medical needs, and would benefit from more flexible scheduling or even virtual learning opportunities. However, Reach is successful at building strong connections with students, so we worry what would happen if we change that. Well, they're successful, and by giving them individualized attention, Many times we see them through graduation. We want to carefully think, how do we keep that intact when we think about what are some of the needs that we need to provide for the students? So how can we address all of these needs or challenges, these new challenges that when the building set in a portable behind my English classroom in 8th grade are very different today. Kids are different. Their needs, the way they learn are very different. And so we want to continue to build strong connections with our REACH students and our TRUE students. We want to give them individual attention. How can we still do that? And allow them to tap into the affordances of our new high school, our high school spaces, and the many programs that we're adding, such as P-TECH, Early College High School, Acceleration, and actually more college courses. In addition, REACH and TRUCE are housed in an aging facility. Do we spend money on an aging facility that will need roofing, HVAC, and modernization in the future? Because if you look at the picture that Mr. Wooten provided that was on our flyer, one of the schools probably stood out over the others. When we can remodel and provide, would we put more money into that when we have an opportunity to remodel and provide a new innovative learning environment that addresses the existing instructional challenges that we can now provide, provides flexible and non-traditional learning environments for both REACH and where we can expand offerings to target CHS students who need additional support? There are many CHS students that want to accelerate more than we can, but we can't offer the classes. But maybe that could be offered through virtual learning and have personal touch points for those students so that they can also earn more college credits. We can do this by providing virtual learning, flexible learning times and spaces in this area. Many attendance issues at CHS, when talking to Mr. Molinar and his team, are due to student obligations or challenges beyond the student's control. Some want to take more college courses than we can provide, or it's second period and I'm in band, second period I'm in mariachi, and so I have to make a decision. What if they had another flexible opportunity within the campus footprint? And how can we reimagine the existing aging REACH and TRUCE building to meet the needs of our students? We have an increase in youth sports participation and green space needs. The requests for facilities come across my desk, and when I first became the superintendent, there were very few youth activities coming across my desk. We have worked intentionally with Mr. Matthews and helping to build the youth, because when our youth is active and our parents are here in the community, they stay in our district. We don't want them going next door to play sports or soccer. And so requests for facilities have increased, and they need places to practice in our district. Many times there is a fight over who can use what field in our district. In addition, we have an opportunity to remodel our existing building and to take advantage of or pilot or look at how we can utilize Senate Bill 569, which is the introduction of expanding how we can look at virtual learning, and we get funding for virtual learning or hybrid learning options. How can we use this Senate bill to increase access to advanced coursework that students might not be able to take because we simply can't offer it, or it is not at their building, or we do not have a teacher? And create more flexible student pathways where students can choose their pathway and work at their own pace, because many parents might have other obligations that students might need to take care of based on student needs, is what we're hearing. And so if they're missing time, how can they make up time in attendance doing these things? We can leverage Senate Bill 569 by the plan or the proposal that we're going to present, because it truly comes from a student instructional need, not to just remodel a facility. We can leverage Senate Bill 569 to meet the needs of REACH TRUCE and expand our Castleberry High School students with some opportunities they've been asking for. I can think of a valedictorian who came to me and said, I want to take more college classes. I had no way for them to take the classes, and I had no way for them to get credit or us to get funding. And so if we take advantage of this, we can also fulfill that guide and have a place for students to check in on their virtual learning and someone to oversee it. Again, addressing the need for the non-traditional, there's more students who need non-traditional learning environment, not only just for Reach and Truth and some of the challenges we're trying to overcome for our Reach and Truth students, but also how can we tap into those for those students at the high school that also are looking for non-traditional, because if we don't offer it, we're in a very competitive area. They will go somewhere where someone does offer these types of services. These challenges that I've gone over present, I never look at I look at a challenge as an opportunity, and I think it presents us an opportunity to look at our operational efficiency of the current Reach and Truth. As much as I love Reach and knowing the first portable was behind me and what we've done since then, there's always time for innovation and change, and it should be driven by the needs of our students. We need to expand our student opportunities. We need to modernize the learning environments. Where do we want to put the funding? And we need to be sure it's in ways that directly support student success. So in looking at the needs assessment, it all ends up with where do we want student outcomes to be? And then most of all, this has really been, as we look at the budget and we're planning with Mr. Wooten, as we're looking at bonds, how to get the most, because it's a one-time thing. I would not say we need another bond anytime soon based on everything. But how do we capitalize on what we've done such a great job on saving funds and building the instructional areas that we need for our students, and make a long-term district financial sustainability by doing this. So I've met with Mr. Sal Lemus, Stephanie Martinez, Dr. Darla Barnes on how the district can address student needs and how we might capitalize on the remodel. This isn't just me thinking by myself in a silo. It's actually listening when Mr. Lemus came to me about some of the challenges and what he had heard about. It's strategically moving Darla Barnes over as the academic dean into a new position to explore more virtual learning with her background. It is Ms. Martinez, who was instrumental in the early college high school and the P-TECH that's coming and the growth in our CTE programs and pathways, that we all came together to see what are the student needs and how might we take this one opportunity at this time to ensure that we put our money where our students are going to benefit the most. So this is going to be what we think about what we can do with the challenges, how we can utilize and rethink and reimagine what we provide for students. So I took a piece of paper. Jacob was embarrassed by how we did this. We drew out a simplistic footprint of classrooms, offices, a grab-and-go cafe, and we shared it with both BTC and WRA. I said, no, we're going to turn it over to them. Jacob, are you sure you don't make this look better? I said, no. They will be able to look at this and figure out what works. And Derek is with us here tonight, and his team at WRA took the drawing, gave input with BTC about what's most cost efficient, about the walls and how we do this, and where's the plumbing, where's the bathrooms, all those things. We can't get into spending a lot of money. So what I've asked is Derek to come. They put something together, a schematic design, taking all the input that we talked about and that little draft that we had, and this is kind of what they were able to come up with. So Derek York, if you'll come on up.
Good evening. Thanks for having us here again. I do have to give huge kudos to Ms. Smith-Faulkner, Jacob, Cameron, and Lenny. As Renee mentioned, we've had many meetings throughout this construction process with BTC and our team, and just their attentiveness to the details has really, been able to realize some cost savings through the process, and we've eliminated a lot of risk. I think that's what Cameron and Renee have touched on with the bond program. So with the image you see in front of you is the master plan that we had put together, where you can see where number 7 is. That's your current entrance to the Castleberry High School. And we already had planned for some renovation in the original scope, but if you go to the next slide, you can see the area in pink is where we're envisioning, and we've worked closely with, as you mentioned, Mr. Lemus and Stephanie and Ms. Barnes and Jacob as well on this layout. So we have, like Renee mentioned, a schematic layout for you. We also are planning to upgrade some of the finishes in the area in yellow, which will be repurposed will continue to be used as classrooms for the high school space. But this would create a space for Reach to come over from their current building into the old 1958 wing of the high school and refresh that area. Slight modification to some walls, some ADA upgrades for restrooms, and we're fleshing out those details and cost estimates with BTC currently. The next page shows the second floor, where we're also planning to upgrade some finishes, some paint, flooring, things like that in those classrooms. We're also probably going to study some furniture upgrades there. And then the truce area, which you see in blue, is on the second floor and brings those spaces into this building as well. The next page, this may be a little hard to tell, but that is the current Reach Truce building. The Reach entrance is on the south side, so that's just right out here. The Truce entrance is off of Merritt Drive, and then where you see existing multipurpose building, that's the Castleberry Elementary gymnasium and kitchen. So if you zoom up just a little bit, you can see, or sorry, if you scroll up a little bit, so that is a service yard entrance off of Merritt Drive, where you can go in for deliveries for the kitchen, service HVAC, dumpsters, things like that. We would need to maintain that for sure, but everything that you see in red is what we're proposing that could be torn down. Avi, Ruben, Ariel, myself, and even BTC have come out and looked at this building. It was originally, I was looking at the drawings this past week. The original drawings were stamped in 1950. I have the scans of that original building. If you remember when we built Castleberry Elementary, we tore down half of this building. There was an addition that was done, I think, in the 90s, and then we tore down half of the 1950s building to make room for the play fields at Castleberry Elementary, the service yard entrance, and create that green space that playground sits. So we have an expansion joint. We would maintain the area in gray. I believe there's plans that you could use it for professional development. There's still restrooms there. There's a meeting room. So we feel like that building could still be serviceable with that entrance that exists, that you see the main entrance for Reach. If you go to the last slide here, this just gives you a vision with that building removed and that parking lane. If you scroll up just a little bit, you can see we maintain the service entrance and for deliveries and things off of Merritt. But to make it safe, we wanted to fence off where the kids can come straight from the gymnasium or the cafeteria space out to a elementary soccer field. So this would create what Renee was alluding to, a space for after hours and for during school hours, where students would have a place to run and roam. And we believe with that building gone, we can make the grading and the topography work to have a level playing field, if you will, as you come out of the gymnasium there. So any questions on the early plans? We are still working with BTC to price things out and crunching the numbers with all of the bond dollars that are remaining. Yes.
So my question is, how many classrooms do we have at the current Reach building? 7. Okay, and then in the high school or the?
In the new plan?
Yes.
Ooh, I don't know if I have the tally here. Yeah, I believe it's the same.
5, but they're bigger.
Bigger, okay.
And
Okay.
2 are
Thank you.
So I guess, Mary Lou, you're asking if it's going to be big enough to house what we currently are using? I mean, what we currently.
Darla can probably answer that question.
So within the design, really looking at the needs for, as we have truce upstairs and we have the reach downstairs. So the way the space is designed to make sure we can house all of those students, to make sure we're also meeting them where they're at. So that also gives them access to the teachers that need to come visit, the content and the programs that they need access to as well, to both that. But all of the spaces in the rooms are built and large enough to house more than what we currently house at Reach and Truce.
That's what I wanted to know, if there was room to grow.
Yes, there is.
But then also, I forgot, also wanted to know, so like with Truce, they'll have separate entrances,
Correct.
exits?
So if you look at, when you look at the drawing, you see Reach is downstairs, and that also includes that space for virtual learning and to build that program. And then when you look at the upstairs, it'll have the upstairs, it has its own facing entrance, and that is the Truce. And so it's separate from the others to keep that its own program.
Okay. I think the question, I'm sorry, Darla, was also we have enough rooms for high school because
Oh,
Darla's
yes.
the one that assigned the rooms.
So I've blocked out all rooms for Reach, for Truce, and for the high school. So actually, when everything is done and the new building is there, we actually have a couple of classrooms that are open that give us opportunity, even at CHS, to expand on our programs as well.
One last thing, it would also have, it would have the ADA compliance. Would you have an elevator for that area?
We do have an elevator for the upstairs, and there will be a door that gets to that portion of the building as well.
Thank you.
Mhm.
I think the other questions that come, I'd like to ask Humberto, if you'll come up. I think the other questions, and I definitely want to be sure I'm not doing anything wrong, but I wanted to double check my understanding, is that I looked at how we can use funds once we satisfy the bond. It is on the debt service side. Yes, you have certain things you have to use it on, but I think that in talking, I said, I'm going to reach back out to the person that actually wrote all the language, because he can explain this and reassure everyone about the funds.
Thank you very much. Good evening, board members. Humberto Aguilera with Escamilla and Ponick. We serve as the district's bond counsel. Happy to be back again. So yes, what the superintendent was alluding to there is the proposition language that was approved by the voters was generally broad. It was the construction, renovation, and equipping of school buildings. So with that, and the case law is very strong on this, and it's a whole long history of case law that the voters are necessarily putting into the hands of board members the ability to prudently act as fiduciaries of public funds and make determinations as to what fits in those broad categories of projects. I think Castleberry finds itself in a great position where you guys are actually under budget and now have additional bond proceeds available to expand upon what was approved by the voters. Oftentimes we see the converse of that. It's that we've run out of money, or there's been unforeseen construction challenges where now we need to make, board members have to make hard decisions as to what to change, what to cut. But you're very fortunate to be in the converse situation. But again, the proposition language necessarily affords to the board members the discretion to use those proceeds in the manner that it sees fit and appropriate. Happy to address any questions. It's a No, so those would, all of the, what is being presented this evening as a discussion item, I don't see any of that being a problem. So what could be a problem is, based on the new law that Castleberry ISD's bond election was subjected to, was that we have certain categories of propositions. So this was a general school building proposition. However, if we were to have done a football stadium, for instance, it had to be a separate proposition. If you would have done a natatorium, separate proposition, teacher housing, separate proposition, performing arts center, et cetera, separate proposition. But in this case, the proposed relocation and even the elementary soccer field, all of those are projects that fit within the general proposition language of construction, renovation, and equipping of school buildings.
Does that also include the demolition part?
So a demolition, so long as it's a reasonably necessary component of effectuating a project, that's the language that they look for, something that effectuates a project. If it's necessary, it's an appropriate expenditure. And I can give you an example. There's an Attorney General opinion on this matter that speaks to mediation, legal fees for a mediation that resulted out of a construction dispute. And in that opinion, they speak to the fact that this mediation was a necessary step in order to complete the project. So it's not necessarily an expenditure that you would think may fit under this construction category, but because if a district determines that it's a necessary component or a necessary step to finish a project, then it would be appropriate.
I have a quick question.
Yes, ma'am.
Like if I look at the bond, what Cameron just presented, we have 41% not complete on package 2. We have 62% not complete on package 3. And, you know, I'm an optimistic girl, but just like we're on the positives, we could also be in the negatives. So I think my question is, does it make financial sense to make this decision now when we still have this much to complete on package 2 and the soft costs for the initial bond?
I'll speak to that one real quick. One of the things that every project we carry forward, and with BTC, we have the owner and contractor contingency dollars. So we've carried that amount just for any unforeseens and there's things that come up, but there's significant funds left in that. That's part of why you see the percentages aren't as high, because it's unspent money. So when you're talking about the 41% and things that Cameron showed, it's not fully billed out, and they have to complete the work before they can bill it. But also, there's the owner, part of the bond dollars is also the owner direct expenses, which is furniture, engineering fees and all of that. So Renee and Jacob, Lenny and Cameron, they've managed those dollars very well. And we kind of have realized, the furniture package that we brought, I think there's another one tonight for phase 2. So that all allows you to operate within that. And then also, this wouldn't have to be final approval, and probably wouldn't even start construction. The final phase would be starting after we finish the CT.
This is in the planning to be sure that we can move in the planning, because the one reason we saved money is because we planned before the bond and they hit the ground running on day 1. So that always saves money. So as we're going through finishing up the office area, which I've been in there, it's pretty much all the part that at risk is there, unless, there could always be something crazy that happened. But you plan as we move kids, the minute we move kids out, we need to start, because that costs money. Every day that you do not start your construction project, you lose money. So the idea is we plan it out with the intention that we're going to have the funds. Certainly if something catastrophic happens or something beyond our control, you would stop that, because the voting of the board members is on the contracts. So we're presenting the schematic, and you would not, until you felt comfortable, go ahead and approve that, but that at least gives BTC and WRA, they need time to develop the plans for us. So I would say by developing the plans, getting the bidding, and letting us know what the price is, that's the step we're at as we're finishing, because when we move kids in, we want to be ready to, the minute they move out of these areas, to start the renovation, because it does nothing but save us money and makes our dollar go further.
So, best case scenario, everything's perfect, life is good, you guys have a plan, we move forward. Worst case scenario, something falls off the rails, materials are cuckoo crazy, whatever it is, right? We're in a deficit. we have gotten bids and so on and so forth. We're not tethered or tied to, married to somebody giving us a bid and saying, well, we're in contract.
Correct. And
Besides
with-
you guys, obviously.
Correct, and this is just kind of authorizing us to finalize the plans so that we, with construction manager at risk, which is what BTC Construction is doing for us, they would be able to bid this out, give you the numbers. They would bring these numbers back to you with the adjusted costs, so you would see all of that before anything's authorized to move forward. This would just be authorizing us to complete the plans so that they can bid it. And we will even get budget checks before we finalize the drawing, so we'll know roughly what it costs as we're starting to eliminate that. The cost of the material. Yes. Yes, that's their guaranteed maximum price that we brought to you initially. I believe it was 78, roughly 78 million. And I believe we had, I don't remember the exact amounts, but of contingency. So they bring to you a guaranteed maximum price, and they're not allowed to go over that unless there's a change order that's approved by the board. So we're operating within that guaranteed maximum price that through the construction manager at risk delivery method.
So, would this not be considered a change order?
Not at this point. This would be,
Like moving reach?
you could, if there was owner direct expenses, like for furniture or anything like that, you could move those funds into the GMP, and that could be added as a change order, but it wouldn't change your total bond, which I believe was 98 million. We're still operating within that 98 million. But yes, if you did add more construction costs for BTC to build because there was savings on the owner direct expenses, then you could approve a change order for the construction.
Because we're still phase 3 with something we already planned to do as far as classrooms go. So we're not.
Partially,
changing that
yes, ma'am.
footprint.
We're just kind of adjusting the way it's laid out. So we did plan to renovate part of this building, but we're expanding it a little bit to accommodate reach and truth.
So it's not a change order, okay.
Correct.
So would those schools go away, Renee? Like, would that be, like, I know we have to have like an officer at each one of the schools. Like, how does that help us?
Yeah, and it does help us. Because it's a really large building, and I think that in part of the plan, the police officer, Reach's police officer would be at the front door. So there are times when a police officer might need to go to lunch or whatever. Well, that would give us the ability to have 2 officers at the large campus. So we did look at that also. And also maybe their times could be staggered so that we're always having a police officer there.
And then I have one more question for Mr. Lemus. Mr. Lemus, just thinking student-wise, and I know I've gone and been, recognized by your students and had conversations with them, and they really enjoy the lack of having to use social bandwidth with a regular high school base. How do you anticipate students will respond to this, and how do you anticipate this will help or hurt what you have built at that school?
Well, I think one of the first things I told Ms. Faulkner is that we have to protect what REACH does for kids, okay? And so when you look at SB 569 or whatever it was, all it's doing is being able to provide those services for more students, okay? And we have students who need that space and that type of environment. We're gonna protect that, but we're also gonna, we also have kids that, and once we hit 60, we start getting tight. But we also have kids within our building that can benefit from virtual learning. So we're able to serve more students. It's just gonna depend what it looks like for each student. And so each student won't look the same. And I think we got to get a little bit away from thinking in a classroom, in a setting, and numbers in a classroom. It's really what does each kid need, and how do we build a plan for each team, for each student. But one of the first things I said, we had to protect what REACH does for students because that's how they're successful.
And yet we still have to have enough enrollment in Reach and Truce to fund it.
Well, this is actually going to reduce the cost, if you look at it, honestly. The cost of operating that building compared to that building, we're actually going to minimize the cost, so it ends up helping the district in being financially fiscal.
One more question. I said one more a while ago, I know. I have no concept of numbers. So student allotment, if the students are enrolled virtually, do we get the same amount of money for that student?
Yes, ma'am.
Per
The way
student?
that, the way that the rule's broken out is the ADA for the students in the school is the ADA for the students virtually. So if for that day we have 100% attendance, it's 100% virtual. If it's 70% in the building, it's 70% virtual. So they just match whatever you have in the building. It's hybrid. It could be hybrid. It could be, honestly, you can design it however the student needs. Of course, there's going to be some measures we take to which student is allowed to do that and how each one responds. And that's what we do already in our building. It's just going to be much more detailed to serve more students.
So as we've been able to, accept more kids at Reach and take more kids in, just one story in particular, and I'm going to look back at Ms. Llewellyn. We had, just an example, we had one of our PCT students that really needed to go to Reach, but she also really wanted to finish out her PCT program. She was a full senior. And it was a difficult challenge to get her. Because she was very dedicated, she still went over and did her hours with Ms. Llewellyn and was able to get her PCT certification. So this allows the kids to have access, our most disenfranchised kids sometimes, to have access to the programs that are making them be successful in the future. So they could have that modified setting, but they could still be very close proximity to the programs and the direct instruction that's needed for those trade programs, and that's very important.
I don't know about the rest of the board, but I think this is exciting. I think it's some change so that, I kind of hold my breath a little bit, but I can see the virtual learning being something that sets us apart from the area and will expand to even the traditional students. So I think that y'all got a lot you're gonna have to think about. And because I know that if I'm a traditional student and I have to miss school that day, I want to be able to go to virtual class maybe. And so I think that this is really some fun things, good things. So I'd be anxious to hear how the rest of the board is feeling about this.
I love it. I think of the kid who has to get a ride over to Reach, even though they may live in Sansom Park and they can't ride the bus to high school or whatever. So I think it's just going to be easier for those kids to get in school. Excuse me. Get in school, be at school, and help them. So, yeah.
And especially with what Mr. Lima said, he's still looking at the student. So thank you so much for your great questions, Linda, because I think that's so important because we all cherish Reach and Truce. And so I think that dynamic will not change. So. And can I ask one more question that I should know, but I don't know? Do our Reach students impact our CCMR and special ed accountability?
Yeah, they do, and as a new system comes out in tiered systems, it's going to be much more important for them to have those resources that we're very limited to right now. Yes, ma'am.
So this will just help.
Yes, ma'am.
Reinforce
Yeah.
that. Okay.
Yeah.
And one more last question. And this is kind of a silly question, but do we pay our teachers who have to travel back and forth? Do we pay them to do that? Okay. That's it. Thanks. Linda, do you have a last question?
Yeah. We're going to go to item 6 now, closed session. At this time, the board will retire to closed session under Texas Government Code sections 551.071 through 551.076 and 551.08 through 551.083 to discuss the items listed on the agenda. The time is 7:47 p.m. second, we'll wait on Ms. Carroll. We're out of closed session at 8:01 PM. I call this meeting back to order after our recess. It is 8:01 PM. As we continue tonight's meeting, we welcome all who have joined us as we keep asking how we can best promote and encourage achievement for every student in our district. The mission of Castleberry Independent School District is inspiring and empowering all students to be innovative thinkers in the global community. At this time, we will begin with the pledges of allegiance. Ms. Faulkner, who do we have?
Yes, we have our ninth grader, Joel Rees, and will lead us tonight.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one indivisible.
Now we will move on to item 7C. Mr. Ruben Molinar, principal of Castleberry High School.
Hi, good evening. President Tolliver, Superintendent Smith-Faulkner, and the Board of Education. This evening, we will be presenting to you the class of 2026 valedictorian, salutatorian, and the highest ranked senior at Reach High School. This year's valedictorian for Castleberry High School is Pedro Alejandro Villafranco. Pedro is the son of Pedro Alejandro Villafranco and Marta Juarez. He has been a Lion for 13 years. He has attended A.V. Cato Elementary School, Irma Marsh Middle School, and Castleberry High School. Pedro has shown a high level of involvement across a wide range of organizations. He has served as a TCU College Ambassador and as a president of the National Honor Society. In addition, he is an active member of the Spanish Honor Society, National Technical Honor Society, and Student Council. Pedro also participated in marching band for 1 year, competed in UIL academics and computer science, and gained hands-on experience as an intern with the Castleberry ISD Technology Department. Pedro has completed 24 hours of on-ramps courses through the University of Texas and 15 hours of dual credit coursework from Tarrant County College. Presently, he has accumulated 39 college credits with an outstanding high school GPA of 5.253. Additionally, Pedro has completed 21 hours of AP coursework. Pedro will attend Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, in the fall and will major in electrical engineering with computing. He earned this opportunity through the highly competitive Quest Bridge National College Match Scholarship. Congratulations, Pedro Alejandro Villafranco. Will Pedro's parents and family please stand to be recognized? This year's salutatorian for Castleberry High School is Jacqueline Aguirre Torres. Jacqueline is the daughter of Hugo Aguirre and Nora Torres. She has been a Lion for 9 years. She's attended A.V. Cato Elementary School, Irma Marsh Middle School, and Castleberry High School. Jacqueline has demonstrated strong involvement at CHS, serving as the class of 2026 Vice President. She is also an active member of the National Honor Society and has served as a TCU ambassador. Additionally, she has participated in mariachi, earned 4 years of varsity letters in volleyball and 3 in basketball, and competed in both cross-country and track and field. Beyond school activities, she has volunteered at the Tarrant County Food Bank and gained valuable experience through internships with Integrated Machinery Solutions and the Tarrant County Court System. Jacqueline has completed 21 hours of on-ramps courses through the University of Texas, 9 dual credit courses at Tarrant County College. Presently, she's accumulated 30 college credits with an impressive high school GPA of 5.235. Additionally, Jacqueline has completed 9 hours of AP coursework. Jacqueline will be attending Texas Christian University, TCU, in the fall and will study political science in the pre-law track. She earned this opportunity through the prestigious The Gates Scholarship. Congratulations, Jacqueline Aguirre Torres. Will Jacqueline's parents please stand to be recognized and family?
I would also like to take a moment to recognize excellence. Reach High School continues to provide opportunities for students to accelerate, overcome challenges, and achieve at high levels. And tonight, we're proud to highlight one of those outstanding students. This year's highest ranked student for Reach High School is Abigail Buendia. Abigail will be an early graduate. She'll be graduating her junior year. Abigail is a daughter of Brenda Marquez and Miguel Buendia. She has been a Lion for over 12 years. She has attended Castleberry Elementary, Irma Marsh Middle School, Castleberry High School, and Reach High School. Abigail is graduating with a GPA of 3.4. Abigail has excelled, completing 6 credit hours in AP Computer Science and AP World History. She has also completed 6 credit hours at TCC with Art Appreciation and Speech. Abigail will graduate with the CTE pathway endorsements in business and industry and multidisciplinary studies. Abigail will attend the University of North Texas, where she will work towards a Bachelor's of Arts degree in Japanese language and culture. Congratulations, Abigail Buendia. Hold on. Will the parents of Abigail Buendia please stand up and be recognized? Thank you guys for this moment.
Thank you guys very much. Do we want to stop down and take a picture and get back with the athletes?
So in a minute, let's stop and we'll come back and take a picture. So don't leave. We have some more recognitions tonight, and we don't want you to leave because we want to get a good picture, okay? And congratulations to everyone.
We're going to go on to item 7D, recognition of athletics and staff. Ms. Pierce?
Good evening. I would like to thank the CISD Board of Education, President Tolliver, and Ms. Smith Faulkner for the opportunity to recognize the accomplishments of the Castleberry High School winter and spring sports programs. Joining us tonight, we have athletes that have received academic and athletic honors, athletes who had record-breaking performances, our UIL regional and state qualifiers, as well as athletes that have committed to playing college.
My name is Layla Paredes, and I'm a senior cheerleader and powerlifter. I'm going to share with you about our boys and girls basketball players that excelled this year on the court and in the classroom. Our programs are led by Bart Beasley and Kenneth Ibarra. One highlight for the boys basketball program this year was senior Julio Rojas, who took the second spot in school history for block shots in a season with 69. This performance came up just 4 short of breaking the record. This year's boys district award winners are Second Team All-District Ethan Chappell, Honorable Mention Julio Rojas and Eric Medina, Academic All-District Eric Medina, Julio Rojas, and Jonah Wright, THSCA Honorable Mention Academic All-State Julio Rojas and Eric Medina. The Girls District Award winners are Second Team All-District Diana Gonzalez, Honorable Mention Janelli Ortiz and Camila Resendez, Academic All-District, Isabel Campisi, Victoria Espeleta, Janelli Ortiz, Camila Resendez, Layla Rivera, and Dominic Navarro.
My name is Dominic Ruiz, and I'm a senior football player, powerlifter, and track athlete. I have the privilege of sharing with you the accomplishments of our boys and girls soccer program tonight, which are led by Sean Fontenot and Paul Smith. The CHS girls soccer team finished 4th place in district and qualified for the UIL state playoffs for the 10th straight year. In the bi-district round of playoffs, we defeated Fort Worth Southwest with a score 6-0 to advance to the area round versus Stephenville. We played a tough first half, and we were tied at halftime before falling 2-0. Our all-district honorees were Midfielder of the Year, Alexa Rivera, First Team All-District, Araceli Ariola, Jaylene Guerca, Gina Saldana, Jaslyn Patterson. The Second Team All-District honorees were Geraldine Palacios, Emily Rivera, Sarah Caldera. Honorable Mention, Alondra Reyes, Genesis Diaz, and Samantha Perez. Additionally, Alexa Rivera was recognized as Second Team All-Region Midfielder for her outstanding efforts throughout the season. She also received an exclusive invite to participate in the THSCO All-Star Game, which will be held May 10th in San Antonio. The CHS boys soccer team finished as district champions for the 2nd straight year and entered the playoffs as the #1 seed from District 8 4A. The Lions played Fort Worth Southwest in the bi-district round and shut them out 6-0 in the area round. The Lions battled a tough Life Waxahachie team and fell 5-6 in PKs. Additionally, we want to congratulate Paul Smith, who reached his 150th career win in the 1-0 victory over Springtown on February 10th. The all-district honorees were Co-Goalkeeper of the Year, Caleb Castaneda, Co-Newcomer of the Year, George Hernandez, First Team All-District, Gerardo Garcia, Gio Saldana, Uriel Pereira, Sebastian Garcia, Christian Gutierrez, and Santiago Guerca. Second Team All-District, Israel Arriaga, Richard Montes, Tony Herrera. Honorable mention, Juan Carrillo, Luis Charez, and Daniel Bustamante. Coaching staff of the year, Paul Smith and Brian Carrillo. Several lines were recognized by TASCO on a regional and state level for their impact throughout the season. First team all-region midfielder, Gerardo Garcia and Uriel Pereira. Honorable mention, all-state forward, Gio Saldana. Second team all-state goalkeeper, Caleb Castaneda. In addition to these awards, the boys and girls both had TASCO academic all-state recipients. They are Gerardo Garcia, Uriel Pereira, Araceli Areola, and Victoria Flores. Gerardo Garcia and Uriel Pereira were also honored by THSCA and received honorable mention academic all-state.
My name is Uriel Pereira, and I am a senior cross-country runner and soccer player. And I am here to help organize our Castleberry boys and girls powerlifting programs, which are both coached by head coach John Turner. For the boys, we had 4 lifters compete at Decatur in the regional meet. Our girls program had 5 athletes qualify for the regional powerlifting meet, which was also held in Decatur. Throughout the season, 100% of our participants achieved personal records in squat, bench, and deadlift, as they increased their strength and power each week. This year, we had 1 lifter qualify for the state meet, Junior Sebastian Huerta. This was the first time since 2017 that Castleberry had a lifter qualify for state. In addition, we had another school record broken this year. This time, it was senior Dominic Ruiz, who set a new school record for back squat at 650 pounds. This year's regional qualifiers for the boys were Daniel Benitez, Anthony Garcia, Sebastian Huerta, and Dominic Ruiz. Regional qualifiers for the girls were Amelia Farmer, Cindy Mendez, Leila Paredes, Jalen Russ, and Genesis Segovia. Regional medalists were Anthony Garcia, who got 3rd place at regionals and state alternate, and Sebastian Huerta, who got 2nd place at regionals and state qualifier.
Good evening. My name is Sara Caldera. I am a cross-country and track runner and also a soccer player. I am going to recognize our Castleberry Boys Track and Field program. Our boys team qualified in 2 events in the area track meet. The area qualifiers were Joel Ruiz, who threw a personal best of 46 feet, 3 3/4 of an inch at area for shot put. And our 4x400 meter relay members were Gio Saldana, Julian Valdez, Anthony Duran, and David Duran. The 8th grade girls 4x100 meter relay were the Big 12 middle school meet champions and also broke the school record with a time of 52.6. That was set back in 1992. The members of this relay were Gia Preciado, Zoe Preciado, Bernie Canales Hernandez, and Mariah Salazar. In addition, Mariah Salazar also broke the 100-meter dash school record 3 different times throughout her season, with her fastest time being 12.87 seconds. This record was set back in 1992. In addition to all of the outstanding things you already heard, we also have 2 athletes that are committing to continue their athletic careers to the next level. They are Alexa Rivera, soccer at Navarro College, and Dominic Ruiz, football at the University of St. Mary in Kansas. These two led many of our programs and were both multi-sport athletes. They will continue to represent Castleberry as they compete at the next level. Congratulations and good luck to both of you. While most of our service projects take place in the fall and winter, our CHS football team recently participated in the 53rd annual River Oaks Easter egg hunt. These girls helped stuff and hide the eggs, as well as help the little ones find some prizes. We are proud of our student athletes for investing in their community and representing Castleberry athletics. Thank you.
At this time, we would like to ask the CHS staff, our coaches, and parents to please stand and be recognized. We thank you for your support throughout all of our seasons. We recognize you for your dedication to your children and helping them succeed both on and off the playing fields. On behalf of this Department of Athletics, we would like to say thank you to the Board of Education and Ms. Smith-Faulkner for your investment in, committing to, and support for our athletic programs. We appreciate you allowing us the opportunity to share with you tonight about the accomplishments of these student athletes and their future endeavors.
Well, Mr. Tolliver, that's a lot to celebrate tonight. Congratulations, everyone, on your accomplishments. We're so incredibly proud of you. Give yourself a nice round of applause. We're going to start with some pictures at this time. If we can have our Val and Sal come up and our highest ranking.
Item 8A, presentation on Senate Bill 546, reporting on school bus seatbelt costs.
Good evening, Board of Education, President Tolliver, Superintendent Ms. Smith-Faulkner. Tonight I'm going to give a quick report on the Senate Bill 546 as it relates to reporting school bus seatbelt costs. That's a mouthful, so I had to slow down when I said that. So Senate Bill 546 states that during the 89th Texas legislation, that it would strengthen standards for school buses transporting students in Texas. The bill amends Texas Transportation Code 547.701 with addition of subsection F requiring that all school buses operated by or contracted for use by a school district be equipped with 3-point seat belts for every passenger, including the driver. So, two things I want to talk about tonight as far as data points. One is the number of buses in our fleet that we have that A, are equipped with seat belts, B, are equipped with a 2-point seat belt, or C, equipped with a 3-point seat belt. So there's a diagram. I had to go back and look at it because to actually look at what a 2-point versus a 3-point, which would be the shoulder strap, constitutes in a bus as well. And then the second data point that I want to clarify is the estimated cost to the district to equip all the school buses that we currently have in our fleet that do not have the 3-point seat belt. Okay? So the chart in front of you will show that we have 21 buses in our fleet. 11 of those are equipped with 3-point harnesses, and 10 of them are with no passenger seat belts as well. So the question is, when did it really come out as far as school buses having mandatory seat belts? And that came out in September of 2018. So I'll talk a little bit more about that here in a little bit, okay? So the number of buses we have by years, we have 7 within the last 5 years. We have 5 from 2015 to 2019. 9 of them, or the bulk, falls within that 2010 to 2014 range for a total of 21. School bus inventory by type, we have 14 regular school buses, 7 sped buses. 19 of those are diesel and 2 of them are gas. Then the column on the right will just indicate the number of passengers that we can allow in that bus with those numbers. So this chart may be a little bit harder to read, but I think it's very important because it breaks down the 10 buses that we have based on year, based on mileage, what type of bus it is, and what the retrofit cost would be for those buses, and a cost of a new bus today at this age or this day of what it would cost to replace it. So as you can see, our older buses have some miles on it. You'll see bus 57, 58, they have the majority of. Those are what we call our activity buses. Those are the ones that go out for UIL trips the most with athletics, fine arts, things of that nature. That's where you'll see the more mileage. It's a little bit bigger bus, not in terms of passenger size, but just space-wise in there. That's a little bit more comfortable. That's why they're considered those activity buses as well. And then you'll also see down as well, lower miles on our older buses. And the thing to think about too is usually we don't have buses that go over 100,000 miles. And it's not because of the miles. It's based on the wear and tear of the buses, the normal activity. So what you'll see with a bus, and especially a diesel engine, they're meant to be moving more than stopping and starting. Okay, it's just harder on that engine. So what we'll normally see is replacement of parts are hard to find on those older buses. We can get the miles because we're within a short radius, but it's just the wear and tear of that bus itself. Okay. So some key details regarding this mandate is Senate Bill 693, which was in 2017, which mandated requiring all buses purchased after September 1. And they flexed that to the 2018. So some of the school buses that you'll see that we have in 2017 were purchased before that September date. So what you'll see is if we're bringing something to you that's either in the replacement plan, that's usually a June item in which we can order it and receive it before school starts of that September date. So that's why you'll see that. Number two, the upcoming 2029 deadline requires that the full fleet be in compliance, including retrofitting older buses by September 1 of 2029, and I'll expand on that a little bit at the end. And then number three, the 2029 mandate is a unfunded mandate, meaning the districts must cover the cost, and we've got some more information on that I'll cover at the end as well. And then number four, that we must report these costs and fleet to the TEA by May 29th of this year, and we do that through Sentinel. That's the same portal that we use for our safety and security. So I went back and looked at the bill analysis of this because what this bill will do is by January of 2027, TEA must report all the findings from local ISDs and charters to the state. That information will go to the governor and lieutenant governor for review. So there's also, the bill states that if a school district determines that they cannot feasibly adopt the 3-point seatbelts on their fleet of buses, to assist with this implementation, school districts are allowed to accept gifts, grants, and donations. So the grants is where the key word that comes into there. So they're gathering all this information now in terms of there's going to be a lot of school districts that can't afford these retrofitting costs. And then the question then becomes is at what point do you replace a bus versus retrofitting it? So our next steps will be we will have to do a cost index to see, A, how much money we've already put into that bus for parts, repairs, things of that nature, what parts are available in the future for like our 2011, 2010 buses versus actually replacing that bus. So we still have a replacement plan for our buses. That doesn't go away. However, the ones that we do have that don't have the seat belts or the 3-point seat belts, we will have to have an action plan for that based on what we hear back from the state as well. So at that point, our pathway to reporting is obviously the 3 boxes that we've got everything in Sentinel ready to go. We've acknowledged what is required of this study. We've determined the cost, and then we will obviously do the presentation tonight, and then what we will do tomorrow is submit the board agenda with a notice that we brought this to you as well. So there will be more information to come once we hear that as well, okay? Any questions that I could entertain?
Have you heard of anything on the state level of them being willing to fund their mandate?
We have, but I will say that not with a great amount of confidence, similar to what we thought we were going to get with our police officers. As far as that funding, that never came through. So there's hope. There's some speculation, but nothing firm. Yes, yes, ma'am. Yes. The age of the bus has no has no relevance on the cost. It's just as a district, do you then, Yeah, so yes, we would replace buses that don't have the seat belts, which would be our older buses anyway.
Mr. Lasher, the replacement plan that Tracy mentioned, is that, how do you designate which bus will be up for replacement?
A lot of things that we had talked about here is looking at the age of the bus, the mileage of the bus, how much we've put into it as well. And then can we actually upgrade from that bus and possibly use it more than just that route, you know, in other areas of the district as well.
Okay, thank you.
So this is not a either-or option. This is, we could hybridize it, and we need to get rid of 2 or 3 buses and maybe retrofit 2 or 3 buses or whatever it is, right?
Right. And I think right now, obviously, we stick with our plan with replacement, but I think there's some more information that we're going to have to see, but have an action plan in our back pocket if we need to as well with that, because we're talking about a very short period of time.
Is it possible that we could go back to the state and say, hey, this is just not in our budget?
Well, that's what, so we actually, you have the option of, yes, this is not a problem, the district will have it, or no, we do not have the money, and that's the option I chose. So they're gonna know A or B.
You did choose that.
Yes, yes. So,
And when you, and you probably already said this, but, and when you chose that, what was their response?
we
don't know yet.
we have to submit it first, so
Oh, okay.
it's in the portal ready to go, we just need to upload it, so.
Okay.
Yep. There's gonna be quite a few, I think, so.
I have a question. So the A and B seatbelts, the difference, the A and B, is it the same price, the 350,000? Because you had the A, which is just, yeah.
No, you can go, like Mr. Tolliver said, I think you can have a hybrid that you don't have to go one or the other. You can either, hey, we're gonna do these 3, 4 buses, or we're gonna replace those, you know? So it's, I don't think it's, and maybe I'm misunderstanding your question, it's not all or nothing.
No, I was thinking about the seatbelts. One's across and then one is just.
Oh, they have to be 3-point.
3-point, yeah.
Yes,
That's the
yes, I'm
requirement.
sorry, I misunderstood.
Car seats.
All right, thank you.
Item 9, at this time, we will consider the consent agenda as presented. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Is there any further discussion? Please indicate your vote. Who hasn't voted?
Yes. Dewey.
Might have been me. I hit it. Hit it
hit
twice.
mine too. I hit
Motion
it
carries 7-0. Sorry, thank you. We're on to 10 action items, and for brevity, and it's 9 o'clock, we're going to jump to 10F for some visitors. And that is 10F, consider approval of 2026, 2027 professional new hire contracts. Ms. Smith-Faulkner?
Yes, I've recommended a list of professional new hire contracts for teachers, librarians, nurses, and other professionals for the 25-26 school year as of May 4th.
Is there a motion?
I move to approve the superintendent's recommendation to hire teachers, librarians, nurses, and other professionals per attached list, subject to assignment.
Second.
Is there any further discussion? Please indicate your vote. Motion carries 7-0.
Congratulations, they're sitting out in the audience. If you're one we just hired, can you stand up? And Miss Catherine Walker's going to grab you so you can sign that contract tonight. Welcome to Castleberry.
That's fun.
We're going back up to item 10A. Consider approval of Castleberry High School Phase 2 furniture bid.
Yes, Mr. Board President, we have Derek York and Monica again with, and they have provided some pictures of the furniture for Phase 2.
There we go, sorry. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having us. Like Ms. Faulkner said, we'll be going through some renderings for the Phase 2 furniture package for Castleberry High School addition and renovations. Hopefully.
They better not be putting that furniture in trash.
I promise you they're not.
Yeah, yeah, where?
No. I can try and resend it. I do have my laptop with me if you want me to try that.
Mr. Bowser, what do you think we need to do?
Yeah, I can go get my laptop. I have it with me. It will take a few seconds to turn on, so it takes a bit, sorry. Are you able to resend the email to Angela? Because you're CC'd on the copy. It's just, I know this might take a while. I'll try. Yeah. See if you can re-forward it.
It's from you.
Yeah, it's from me.
My second grade self would see Johnny Be Good on the
Sent it to
acoustic
myself.
guitar, but not my 42-year-old.
I'm not sure how long it'll take. Could not download. Cool. See if I can access this. I promise it was worth the wait. All right. So here we have renderings for Phase 2 for the furniture package for Castleberry High School, addition and renovation. The first rendering we'll have, you see here we have at the main entrance, we have the reception space, warm, welcoming space with furniture that is comforting lounge space for those parents and students that might be waiting for anything there, and complementing all the architectural features to that room as well. The next space we have, here is the lounge room for the teachers and staff here in the admin area as well. Again, this elevated look that we have throughout the building, but still bringing in the school colors with that nice accent of red throughout the space as well. So it does remind you are in the Castleberry home there. And here's one of the larger collaboration spaces that you have as well in the addition space here. This is only one side where you see the collaboration areas, where we have a large variety of different seats where students can do large group work, individual work, and really just make it work for them in whatever best way that they work. The second rendering is another view of this area, just showing the multitudes of different furniture items that we have here, large chairs, high tops. We do have accessible height tables as well. Those are on the other side. So there's a large variety in areas that the students can choose from while they're sitting in this area. Here we do have the Spirit Store. We chose some great pieces here so the students really can choose how this space is going to work for them and how they want to choose how they showcase the merchandise that they will have in this space as well. Here is the Go Center, a very exciting space. So this is a place where the students will come and work with their counselors to talk about their after high school plans. The furniture that we chose here is also extremely versatile. It's height adjustable tables with varying height tables as well. So how you see it here is like a lecture style that you'll see in many different college courses as well. But if they want to do group work or want to section off in different areas to talk with their counselors, they're also able to do that. This is a secondary view, just looking from the back of that classroom there, and behind them will be that glass panel that opens up and opens into that larger collab area as well. Here's your CTE shop that we have. Durability was the main focus here while we were looking at these pieces here. So you do have stainless steel tables here that are ready for any type of projects that your classroom will be taking on in this space. Here is one of the classrooms adjacent to that CTE shop here. They have cable management. These are areas ready for flexibility and versatility for the students, and able to provide them with a nice balance of color here so they're able to focus on the curriculum that they're learning. And again, another classroom, not near the CTE shop, but not in that exact curriculum there, but again, versatility, you see the two seating tables there, something you'll see in a lot of college classrooms, so also giving that elevated and more higher education look to the classrooms as well. Here is one of the lounge areas that we do have for staff. If you have a quick meeting, you're able to pull someone in there. It is welcoming, comforting, gives the teachers a nice break from the craziness of the classroom here, and still bringing in that spirit of Castleberry there as well. And last rendering we have is one of the SPED classrooms, just showing the amount of versatility and different types of furniture pieces that we have, so that any child can find out which way works with them, whether it's a wiggle stool or a comfy area there as well, so they can fit their needs. And that's all we have. Thank you. Any questions? Yes, it is a vinyl upholstered bottom piece, and we have the laminate running up on the back piece. Mm-hmm. It's cleanable, yep, bleach cleanable and everything there, so we checked the durability, cleanability for all of the finishes there, double checking with our reps and everything. Mm-hmm.
Egg tear or whatever.
Yep, if those tear anything, we'll be able to work with the reps on that.
Oh, okay, good.
And warranties as well.
I love the blues.
Love to hear it.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So is there a motion? Is there a specific motion?
I move to approve the Castleberry High School Phase 2 furniture bid awarded to Interior Resource Group in the amount of $905,421.09 as presented.
Second.
Is there any further discussion? Please indicate your vote.
don't have that.
I think we have gremlins tonight.
There might be. You having trouble, Angela? Okay. Okay. Please indicate your vote. Motion carries 7-0. Now on to item 10B, consider approval of the request for qualifications, RFQ.
Yes, I've asked Mr. Lasher to come up and Cameron Holloman so that they can provide some information on the RFQ process.
Board President Tolliver and Superintendent Ms. Smith-Faulkner. I'm here to, at this time, to address 10B, consider approval of the request of qualifications, RFQ, and award of the Energy Savings Performance Project to Centrix Energy Partners LLC through the TIPS purchasing contract. Over the past 4 months, we have provided the board with updates regarding the scope and cost of the energy savings contract. During the past month, Cameron Holloman and I have worked to complete the request for qualifications, the RFQ for the project, at the recommendation of legal counsel, which included our bond attorneys, our construction attorneys, and the TIPS attorney. The district elected to pursue the project through a competitive RFQ process rather than relying solely on a co-op selection. The district solicited and reviewed qualifications from TIPS, and based on those submissions, along with checking references and the district's experience with Centrix and their personnel, Centrix received the highest overall ranking based on the evaluation tool. We believe the district has exercised appropriate due diligence throughout the RFQ process and therefore recommend Centric as the firm most qualified to meet the district's needs. In addition to that, as we move, as you'll see later, the pricing of this initial project was roughly around $7 million. Then we got it down to $5.5 million. Then Ms. Smith-Faulkner engaged JMS, and we also looked at possible cost savings opportunities through thermostats and the availability to use some of our current thermostats that are compatible with the systems that we are looking at, the open or the non-proprietary, to get the final cost down to roughly $4.97 million. So that's where we're at with the RFQ process and what we've done from the beginning to now.
The first approval, there's 2 approvals. So the first approval is to name the request for qualifications, the company, correct?
That is correct.
Is there a motion? I'm sorry.
I think the first question I have, is this the first time we see this RFQ scoring rubric?
Yes, so similar to what we've done in the past, for example, when we went out to the start of the bond project with WRA, we did a RFQ process there. We've done an RFQ process with our material testing group. So typically what we do is we bring it the same meeting that we do both the approval of the project, but prior to that, the approval of the RFQ process of leading that up to it.
I guess I really don't understand the table on that page around the award. It's got Centrix, E3, and McKinstry. I'm assuming those are competitive.
Can you pull it up? So it's our evaluation criteria that outlines what we're looking for throughout the RFQ process. And then we've got the evaluation or the rubric that's associated with it as far as the weight of it. So then what we then do, if you'll scroll down, Angela, is we will take the percentage of what that amount is into the formula that is created to get an actual 27.75 or what have you. So it's, instead of a point system, it's more of a percentage system, similar to what we do in our other RFQ processes as well, based on those 5 criteria.
5 criteria.
So if you scroll down then too, it'll give you exactly bullet points of what constitutes a excellent, a good, a fair scoring system.
I think my challenge, and just to be quite transparent on this one, is that this is all very qualitative, which is great, but I think I would like to see more quantitative data to support that this is like the right choice. And again, that's I mean, like, I'm looking at this and I say, okay, well, relevant experience, credentials, and organizational capacity. And then I kind of go through and it's just, it's very qualitative. There's nothing tangible that I can say they've done this project and it's given us this reward. Or this other company's done this and this is the outcome. So I don't see outcomes on this. So and again, maybe I'm reading this wrong, but like, to spend that kind of money, I think that's my first gut check, is like, Centrix, E3, McKinstry, have we done business with all these? Or this is what this RFQ people told us?
So actually, we have done business with E3 and McKinstry. So in 2020, we did an HVAC replacement with McKinstry around the COVID time. We also, in May of 2021, we did a replacement plan with E3 for roughly about $300,000. Our McKinstry project was roughly about $578,000. So well, I will just say this, which I was involved in both those projects. One of the competitors, or one of the vendors, I would not use simply because they overcharge for a lot of the services. And by checking our references, and we've checked references on all 3, that's a common denominator that we're hearing. So I don't want to go into as far as each vendor and what that is, but we have done recommendations checks. Going back to what you were saying as far as it being very vague, I think RFQs can be that way sometimes versus an RFP, which is totally different. That's an actual, hey, this is what the price is for this amount. RFQs are a little bit different because they're really more for services that's associated with the project more than the solid goods or what you're getting out of it.
Yeah. And then I think one of my questions was, is Centrix NIESCO accredited? So can you respond to that question? I don't think I got a response to that.
Centrix is not NIESCO accredited. That's a national accreditation. It's definitely not required for this type of project. We did some research on that. There are several companies in the state of Texas specifically that have done hundreds of millions of dollars worth of similar projects that are not accredited. And going back to why we chose the specific companies that we did is past history, but also because they are smaller, they have local offices, and their history is working with small to mid-sized districts. NIESCO is a national accreditation, And so it's more suited for larger companies that are more nationwide and provide larger projects for bigger organizations.
I just think, you know, from the consumer perspective, if I can choose a business that's from the approved or accredited with the Better Business Bureau, then I'm probably going to choose that over someone who's just telling me, I'm promising that it's, you know, and again, no offense to Centrix, I'm just trying to be, you know, a responsible steward of the district's money and decision-making. And so I think as far as accreditation, I think it's worth us saying there's some credibility to that. I know the contract is 15 years, and the last time I asked, the company's been in business 6. So again, what's the evidence to support that we really can do this over the course of 15 years if you haven't done it for 15 years, I guess is my question.
Yeah, I think there's always a bit of trust, but I will say there are other companies, specifically ones that we also solicited qualifications from that are not NIASCO qualified. We did a little research on that, and they've been in business for 20 years and never have been. So I feel like it's, I'm not going to say that NIASCO qualification does not do any good for companies, but I think it's more suited for larger organizations that do bigger work nationally.
And you said they've worked with districts around us. I think the last time I asked, and it was Northwest. Are there other districts that Centrix has worked with around us that look like us and sound like us here in Texas?
In Texas, yes. Actually, I drove out to Fort Stockton and did some research on a project that they had done there. They got good reviews. Also, Beaumont ISD that they've worked with, and they showed us a few more at the previous meetings that they had done work with.
Mr. Holloman, the risk for us is backed up by the state legislature, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Say more about that. I think I would like to hear more on the state legislature. So if we can't pay our loan payment, the state's going to step in and pay our loan?
No, ma'am. The company takes the risk on that. What the state has done is created this, created the ability for districts to take a loan with the guarantee from a bank. The district then takes ownership of that money and that loan and distributes the financing to the company just like you would on any standard construction project. The reason they have allowed that is for districts that don't have $3, $5, $6, $10 million available for maintenance and operations upkeep in their fund balance. And this has been going on since the mid-'80s. That's why it was developed. There's obviously been ebbs and flows in the economy, and in the 2000s it probably wasn't used as much because districts had more funds available and fund balance. We are seeing much more of a trend of it being used over the last 4 or 5 years with the state of funding for the school districts in the state of Texas.
So let me just make sure that I understood your response correctly. So if we have our first payment of $461,000 in year 1, and we don't have enough savings, Centrix is going to pay the difference of that bill of what we don't save.
Well, that's 2 different questions, but yes, it's not just from savings. So we will be guaranteed by Centrix that we will meet the energy savings. If we do not meet that energy savings, they will pay the balance. That's part of the risk that they're taking in this project that you wouldn't see in a standard design build or construction project like we're doing in other places in the district.
So, like, I'm looking at the contract on page 29, there's a table, and it shows utility savings, O&M savings, and then capital costs. And I don't know, Angela, if you can, I mean, I don't know if we're there yet, but I think my question is, the utility savings is $153,000. O&M savings is $98,000, and capital cost avoidance is $220,000. I get the savings piece, the $153,000, but our payment will be $461,000. So if we don't have columns B and C, the O&M savings and the capital cost avoidance savings or cost, Centrix is going to put that money in our account so that we can pay our $461,000 payment, I guess is my question.
No, their guarantee is on the energy savings. So what the district is agreeing to is that, for instance, last year we paid about $190,000 on maintenance and operations repair. So what we're saying is with this project, what I have done, Lenny has done, the subcontractors has done, has gone to each campus and looked at where those needs were needed most, where we have risk in HVAC, roof leaks, controls that no longer work remotely, and we addressed those most needed areas so that we could reduce that maintenance and operations. The same thing with funnel 3, which is capital cost avoidance. So with Lenny's replacement schedule, you would ideally be spending anywhere from $200,000 to $400,000 a year on replacement of this equipment, right? So that over the course of 15 years, if that's the life expectancy of the equipment, you would be going through one complete cycle and replacing all of the HVAC in the district. So what we're saying is we're addressing a lot of those needs now so that we don't have to spend as much in either capital cost avoidance or maintenance and operations repairs.
But this
It's
is
not a
saying we-
100% that you won't have some breakdowns or have to replace a unit here and there or have roof leaks, but it's going to reduce it dramatically, and the idea behind it is that you can budget accordingly, and you don't have years where all of a sudden you have $800,000 or $900,000 worth of roof and HVAC repairs, because we've addressed that, at least over the next 10 to 15 years.
So those two columns, O&M savings and capital cost avoidance, that's on this contract or this agreement as non-measured project benefits. What does that mean?
Yeah, thank you for the question. And your,
One second, Mr. President. I'm a little confused because now we're talking about the contract and we're not there yet.
Oh.
So I'm a little confused about 10B, C, and D and how all those work together because I have a lot of questions for all those three things. But we've separated them out now for a vote.
Yeah.
And we have to vote on three separate things. And yet I have cumulative questions.
Yeah.
So I don't know I wouldn't know how to vote on 10B because I don't even understand why we have to approve the request for the qualification and award. Because what is that in connection with the contract? And so I'm a little confused on how I could vote for any of this tonight. So at this point, I'm almost ready to table it and say, come back until I can get some explanations and then ask my questions that I had for B before I can say yes to A.
So I think what I would suggest, Mr. Board President, is Adrian Galvan to come up and go over his presentation of, that's the third item, because it actually explains the interest rate, how much it's going to cost in those columns before, and then go back to the first one and have Cameron explain what a RFQ is again, because I think it will start to make the connections. So my suggestion would be to go to Adrian's explanation in his presentation, then go back to the RFQ and keep it just RFQ. Then it will tie into the contract. That's how I best understand it.
And these were your questions, so is that okay with you? I interrupted your questions. I want to make sure that that's.
Yeah, and I think I would like Mr. Wooten to kind of piggyback off of Adrian and just, are we okay? What is your opinion as our chief revenue officer to tell us financially, is this feasible for us? Or is this something that the district wants to commit to for 15 years? Because, I mean, obviously we want it to be, we know it needs to be done. And that, I don't think the question is the what, it's just the how we're approaching it. I think is where my gut is right now.
And to piggyback off that, we are already committed to these repairs the next 15 years because we're gonna have to do it when so to step back even a little further is when we built the last bond election and all the schools went in at once, guess what? that also caused a lot of HVAC, a lot of roofing problems, and a lot of things that are going to have to be repaired. So we'll repair it and pay it over time. And then the bonus is taking the savings into account over time when we do this. But those are all great questions. I've had 6 months to wrap my mind around it because you can ask them. I have been asking a lot of the same questions, but one thing that's out there that we had a really good experience Friday, and then I want to also say what the total cost of this is based on Adrian's numbers, because I think that also helps with a little bit of the overall relief, because I was having a little bit of this is a lot over a period of time, but after going back and studying it, I felt really good about what happened Friday. And then Adrian, I think you and Humberto can explain a lot the numbers in your presentation.
Perfect. Board President, Board, Superintendent, my name is Adrian Galvan with Baker Tilly, your financial advisor. I prepared a couple of slides to go over the financing that's tied to this project. We proposed maintenance tax notes. If you go to page 104, that's a list of the items that we went over last month when I was here with you. It totals to $4,997,000. That's $452,000 less than what we were looking at a month ago. But the superintendent tightened up the automation systems for the air conditionings. Page 204. So what we did on Friday, we collected competitive bids, went through a competitive bid process. We took the last month to put a bid spec sheet, to get it out to 40 or 50 banks, to gauge interest, to generate interest, and we received 4 bids. When I was here last month, I was showing you an interest rate of 5.25%. And we were able to secure Simmons Bank at a rate of 4.19%. And Huntington Bank is the cover bid at a 461, Capital One at a 462, and then TRB at a 482. So what does that mean? 4.19, 15-year financing for the projects listed on the previous page. You go to the next sheet. This is a recreation of what's in the contract that you were referencing. This is me modeling the information. Columns C, D, and E are the columns, the exact columns that you were talking about, the savings columns. So as your financial advisor, I'm relying on the information provided to me from Centrix for that part. That's not our expertise. That totals to column F. So that's a total benefit before the financing.
Can I please add, and also the third-party review that has also signed off on that is what holds Centrix accountable for producing these savings. Remember, we brought that third-party agreement to you, and I believe, Ms. Gallman, you asked, why do we need that? For our safety. That ensures us in the savings. So just trying to help bring it all together for you, but yeah.
So
Before you go on,
Yes,
my
ma'am.
slide 4 is, it's not loading. Is anybody else having problems with that? With that thing? I have it right here. Yeah, mine's just not loading. So, everybody's like, so I'm just gonna get a little bit closer.
Okay. So column F is the sum of the 3 columns of savings. I label that total benefit. So that's if these projects are put online, that's the calculation of the total benefit. I put a dark line to separate the benefits from the costs needed to cover the benefit. Column G is the financing that we locked in at a 4.19% to fund $4,997,000 in projects. Annual debt service is about $461,000 a year for 15 years. That's column G. Column J, there's one column of just some additional costs that Centrix has in column I, $6,000 for 4 years. Column J is the total payments. I'd have to turn to Centrix on what those figures are for. The column J is the total payments. So I compare column J to column F to get column K. K is what I'm calling future value net annual benefit projected. And if you look at the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years, you're negative 23,000, 16,000, 16,000, 10,000, and then it flips to positive. At a certain point, it's cash flowing, it's your benefit is outweighing the cost of the tax notes. If you look at the total of column K, bottom line, 481,366, that's the total future value savings. So you had these projects, you funded the projects, you provided savings, you borrowed the money, and at the end of the day, after you paid the money that was needed for the projects, you're 481,366 on a future value basis over 15 years. So it's paying for itself, and over the 15 years, you're 481,000 better. That's the summary of the whole financing.
I have a question. So it doesn't go, we don't start getting money till 2032, right? Because everything that's in the negative.
Yeah, William is going to have to go into the budget to cover the shortfalls for those first
So
5,
are
6
these
years.
savings guaranteed, or are we just taking a risk on this? If that didn't happen?
And I've got a,
So the third-party agreement that they reviewed their savings is the person that says these numbers are accurate compared to all the other people. They do this with millions of, people. This isn't something new. So they then say, we validate this, but if it doesn't happen, that means you need to come up with the savings that did not happen.
And also, if I could point out, Adrian, if you'll bear with me, those first few years, you can financially engineer those and put the interest sooner or later in there to make those positive, correct?
typically, we do these competitive processes on a level debt service basis.
Okay.
So this is the structure that we've got.
So sometimes we've seen it where you don't levelize the payments, you kind of adjust them just to make it, look like it cash flows early on. But either way, you'll get the same number at the end of it. But Ms. Smith-Faulkner is correct. You're covered in two ways. A third-party engineer has looked at these. He works for you, not for us. And he said, these numbers are sound. It's going to perform that way. If it doesn't happen, if something breaks down, if something goes drastically wrong, then you're covered by us. And we write you a check for the difference. And this will get to your questions a little bit later, ma'am, about the specifics of those.
Okay, and then I have another question, Adrian. The last time we saw this chart, which was last month, the total savings was $37,000 over the course of 15 years on
Yes,
your
ma'am.
chart. And now we're at 406, explain the math to me.
Okay,
How
so-
did we magically get here when just a month ago we were at 37,000?
The markets are very hard to predict right now. And I needed to go out to get competitive bids to find out what best rate I could get to you.
And what was the other one on? What was the-
5.25.
And this is now the 4.1.
4.19. It's all, well, it's the reduction of the 5,000 of the project. Yeah, you lowered the cost by around $5,000, but the rest is interest savings from going from 5.25 to 4.19. And we wouldn't know the market until we actually took the bids
Gotcha.
and went through the competitive process.
Can you also point out the amount of interest that we'll be paying, and then when we add the savings, what the cost over time, actually how we could look at it? When I was asking you questions, the 1.8 million in interest, and then if you apply the net positive, it's really about 1.3. I'm not the math, I was an English teacher. But I think that's how I look at it when I think of how much is this really costing me.
Yeah, I guess the way I would look at it is the loan in total. The principal and the interest is what you're on the hook for 15 years. So I want to compare your total cost, principal and interest. The interest cost came down, I think we were looking at 2.5 million before. So that dropped down. So that coming down covers your debt and leaves you $480,000 in the positive on a future value basis over 15 years. That big bold line to the right is the stuff that I'm reporting to you that I've got locked in, that I've got somebody committed to, but it's not official until you guys decide to do this. All I'm doing is bringing the results of the competitive process.
I have another question. So, utility savings, if I go back to the original, nothing's changed as far as the scope. We're still trying to save electricity or energy at the end of the day, right? So this one's 153,000, and now we're at 127. So what changed in that?
We de-scoped some of the control scope to bring the price down lower, so we lost a little bit of savings there.
So because of some of the changes in like lighting per se, or?
The controls themselves.
The controls.
Yes, ma'am.
So, go ahead. So ultimately, we're spending almost $8 million with interest, correct? With the same, but we'll get a return on our investment of $481,000.
If you look at D7, it's a par amount of 5.1 million, interest 1.8, total 6.9 million.
6.9. Okay.
That's what.
Sorry, I was going off memory.
So that's what the project's, the debt service requirement's over 15 years. And that's amortized over in column G.
So the first 5 years, we won't see any. We'll show a net loss the first 5 years.
You owe $462,000 the first year. $23,000 of that you'll have to pay on your own, and the rest is coming from the savings.
So do we call that a net loss the first 5 years
Net-
then?
yes.
Okay, all right. So with that projection showing that net loss through 2031, and I'm just trying to understand the math as well. If utility rates change or our savings don't meet the expectations during those first 5 years, then what is Plan B? Do we need a Plan B to cover the
So
debt?
Mr. Wooten has locked in a lower rate of utilities that he presented to the board last board meeting.
For 15 years.
Uh-huh. I think how long was it, William? For how many years, though, they're asking?
So if you look at column C, it's the same number for utility savings for the first 6 years. And then there's an escalator of 4%. So the model is reflecting, or has built in that utility rates will go up 4% after the first 6 years.
Oh, okay.
And that's why we're saving more money.
Yeah, that's why you see,
Higher bill.
right,
So since it's built in, that's another layer of protection for us.
yeah, that Mr. Wooten was able to lock that in. It was a big plus, locking in the savings on utility rates for 6 years.
Okay.
I have a question. So, Mr. Wooten, Mr. Lasher may be able to answer this. We have repair and replacement in the budget already. How much will this offset, or will it offset the budget at all?
So I can speak on that. So in this project, we are looking at HVAC, we're looking at controls.
I would go with the 200, I think,
Right.
okay.
HVAC, controls, and lighting. So just HVAC, we have a replacement plan. So we currently have 429 units in the district. That includes our chillers, okay? If we have a $200,000 budget each year for capital improvements, 60% of that is gonna be installation, and 40% of that's gonna be the equipment. I can take that all the way out to 2050, and I can only cover 150 units. So I still have roughly about 360 units that I have not touched. And I would have to come back at some point because a unit's not gonna last throughout that time. That's just HVAC. I've not even addressed roofing or controls or anything based on what our numbers are right now.
I think that to answer Dewey on his question is, and I think if you went to there's another page in the contract on page 14 that breaks up the three columns even more in the contract. And is $220,000, and we actually spend $200,000, but there's another line item that says, how much did you spend on repairs? They guarantee $100,000 guarantee. We actually spent $190,000 repairing our old HVACs. So then this is a very conservative look at our savings, because we actually saved $100,000. We would have saved $100,000. So to me, this was key for me to wrap my mind around those three columns. You have energy savings, maintenance savings. We spent $200,000 on maintenance. It's in our budget, in the auxiliary services budget. So that's part of that savings, less repairs, less manpower that you're going to need, because if we don't, we're going to hire another HVAC person, which that's another $80,000.
So I just heard Mr. Lasher say, though, that we have 429 units, but with this plan, we'll still have 150 units that still need to be part of the replacement plan?
Not with this plan, with our current plan.
With our replacement plan, we
With
still
our,
have
with our capital
150.
improvements plan, yes.
So, okay. So how then can we measure energy savings? If we're not starting from ground zero by getting all new chillers, all new units, how are we gonna measure energy savings without starting at ground zero?
Well, and I'll
And sorry, I'm not.
No, these
I
are
know
great
nothing
questions.
about
If I was in your seat, I'd ask the same. It's only on the ones that we replace that
Right.
we measure those savings. Yeah.
So now we're in a conundrum. We have 150 units. But seems like to me that would be so risky for you, because we would come back and say,
No, it's
we
in
can't
the.
measure these savings.
Yeah, it's very specific to what we are measuring,
Okay.
and we, itemize it out in the contract very specifically. In other cases where I've done these. 14? Yeah. In other places that I've done this, every HVAC unit in the whole building will be replaced, and so, it's easy to just take the whole and say, all right, what reduction did we see there? For you guys, we're not doing that, and so it's very specific to the unit and to the location. That's a great question. Thanks.
Yeah, so our problem is still the 150.
Well, we're
units.
not, this project isn't solving every single problem that you have.
There you
It's just
go.
getting you a long way down.
I think that's gonna get at the root of some of my
Sure.
consternation on these things. That's the right word.
We'd love to do every single thing in the district. I just don't think it's
Right.
where you're
Because,
at
we
appetite
still
right
have
now.
athletics,
Yeah,
complex lighting, parking lot lighting.
yes, ma'am.
And
So what I would like to suggest, Mr. Board President, is to go back to A, because I think we needed a general understanding, and, 10B, because what 10B is, it said, we went and we used the TIPS RFQ process, and all these companies are listed as people who qualify for this energy management. And then in working with their attorney, our attorney, and walking us through how do you process and decide who has the best qualifications. So all 10B is we've decided that we chose Centrix to work with and deliver us a contract. We've worked with E3, we worked with McKinstry, we were not happy with the results, and so based on other recommendations, based on other experience, the savings that they're bringing to us, the fact we had say-so about what the control is, I had say-so, I used my technology mind, nope, we're gonna nail this down, right here's what we need. What do we need in HVAC? What roofing? We were key. They allowed us to be part of this overall process, which that was a big complaint about the other companies. And so when you look at the rubric, they did the work, they asked the questions, and they looked at the 5 areas and they said, we feel Centrix is the qualified person. So the first thing you have is you're voting to say, yes, We feel Centrix, based on the TIPS contracts, has the qualifications. Then you go to number 2 and you go, yes, I'm approving the contract. Then you go with number 3, yes, I'm approving the funding, it happens tomorrow. Those are your 3 decisions that I think that might help understand why do you have 3 decision points on the agenda. So I think that at this point, having a bigger understanding, the first 10B should be what we go back to and take the vote on.
That's where we start. Is there a motion?
I have one more statement before we vote, or maybe question. I think my biggest question is if we weren't happy with E3 or F3, whatever it is, and McKinstry, why would we use those as comparisons rather than getting somebody who potentially could have given us an option? Like, for instance, if I have cauliflower or I have broccoli or I have carrots, I love carrots, I'm gonna have carrots. So again, if I pick things I wasn't happy with, like it doesn't make sense in my head.
I think Cameron answered that. Do you want to reiterate on that again, on the size and what you spoke about?
Yeah, they are specific to these types of projects, but I think a lot of that goes to, I've worked with these these companies, sorry. You know, it's never the same at each project in each district, and even within the company, they can have good projects and bad ones. I have experience with them and brought them to the table. I was not here when Castleberry had engaged and worked with them. So while we graded them separately, the numbers might have come in differently. These are just the averages. So Lenny had past experience here. I had past experience with other projects to lean on.
Well, let me clarify. Are you saying that they made a decision before they brought them in?
I'm just questioning because they both, or Lenny said, like, we weren't happy with this one, weren't happy with this one, and here's our comparison, here's our RFQ and the 3.
Sure.
So I think my question is, it's almost like, well, we already knew, maybe, potentially?
I don't know that they already knew. I didn't get the impression that they already knew.
And
That may
again,
be-
because
that may
it's so,
be true,
because it's so
but I get the impression
qualitative, I think because it's so qualitative, that's why that's why my gut is sitting there. Again, that's just the statement I need to make. We don't need to belabor it.
Is there a motion?
10B, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. President, I move to approve the request for qualifications, the RFQ, and award the Energy Savings Performance Project to Centrix Energy Partners, LLC, as presented.
Second.
Is there any further discussion?
I'd like to ask some questions on the RFP process and going back to the rubric. So on our agenda item, it talks about how Centrix is the highest ranked and most qualified firm. And I think it goes back to like, where's the quantitative data? And Kathy's great question on like, we're not really seeing any return or net, not loss, gain, until years in. And so if we're saying like they're highest ranked and most qualified, I mean, of course, when we've got vendors experience at 30%, key personnel at 25%, where is the value driven or that quantitative piece of what we are going to be better financial stewards of?
What was the question?
The whole question?
I think in the contract is where you look at the financial piece of it, because this is based on their qualifications to deliver their services.
Yeah, and I'm looking specifically at qualifications, at this rubric and how we're not putting weight to which item addresses the value that we're saving or like any cost savings there. And why doesn't it have a heavy percent, that quantitative piece with it? Because we are all, I mean, $5 million is a lot of money. And I'm not sure if there's been conversation on like, sure, we're gonna save money in over the course of 15 years, but even potentially, what if we tabled this and had this conversation another year and we would have been net, lost 23,000, and we wouldn't be in that situation. We can have further conversation of this.
So if we have older equipment HVAC equipment, and we spent $190,000 this year, what are we going to spend next year on service? And now we need to get another HVAC probably to work on it. So I think that when you look at savings, you're trying to predict what you're going to have, but this makes it very predictable on what you're going to pay every year for those, because we are hitting the items that are at expired, have a refrigerant that is expiring and need to be replaced, and we can't afford to take a hit in 1 year based on what we need to spend to do it, if that helps.
Yes, and I would just like to piggyback on that too, is the numbers that we're currently working from our capital improvement. I mean, we build an inflation, but we'll never catch up to that. If we stay with what we're currently doing, we'll never catch up with that, because those numbers from 20 years from now, I'm still basing that on $200,000. It's definitely gonna go up. So instead of placing 4 $20,000 units next year, in 5 years, that may only be 2, where this plan already eliminates the inflation part of it with that. So that's, and then, like Ms. Smith-Faulkner said, is usually what we're seeing is trends about every 5, 6, 7 years, refrigerants are changing. So we can only keep so much refrigerant on stock right now. So a lot of our older units are R22 refrigerant. We have enough for that, but at some point they stop making parts for that. So now you've got a unit that's, no longer compatible. There's so many different moving parts in the HVAC itself that makes it so hard to manage, because, again, going back to replacing them all at one time when we built AV Cato and CE, that's great, but at some point, it's going to catch up to you too. So.
And isn't that called deferred maintenance? That we're in deferred maintenance mode? Something? Yeah. So my understanding, oh, I'm sorry, Erin.
No, I was gonna say, so Renee and Lenny both just spoke to basically cost savings again, like the financial piece of it. And so that's where my question is. It's not, I know contract is separate, and we'll get there. It's really the RFQ, this 10B specifically. When I look back at the April board meeting, it specifically stated from your presentation, Renee, that cost savings is the biggest driver. Where is that weighted in the process for RFQ?
I didn't talk about the RFQ, I talked about the contract last time.
Yes, but so our cost savings is the biggest driver, correct?
A cost savings is a driver when you look at the overall cost that it will cost us. This will be a cost savings versus what we cannot afford, or what if something happens significant and we have to take it out at M&O. So yes, cost savings is one of the biggest drivers of why to decide to do it this way, because there is cost savings in going through this process.
So there's not really any concern even on the board side of again, the quantity. I mean, I've heard Linda speak to it, of course, and Kathy had made a comment, and I'm not sure necessarily where that sticks with where I'm sharing. But again, this is also qualitative. When you look at how did you assess opportunities? How did you assess what they're bringing to the table? I don't see any value there, any cost savings, anything that connects to that piece of it. And I'd even just be concerned that your experience is 30% of your rating.
So you're questioning the RFQ itself, the tool that they used?
Yeah, how that aligns with cost savings being our biggest driver.
I'm not sure that that's our purview.
Yeah, cost savings, financial stewardship.
No, cost savings, questioning the RFQ, questioning their work. I don't know that.
So I'm getting an understanding of how that connects to our work, financial stewardship.
Financial stewardship would be me bringing a recommendation to you to be able to afford the equipment to maintain the HVAC and the roofing, and be able to control temperatures in the classroom so that the environment that the kids are in, because right now we are setting ourselves up to not be able to afford it or predict how much it will cost, because we're going to spend our time fixing broken equipment and the price of all this is just going to continue to go up. So that's the last thing I think that I can add to that, the big picture. That's all I have. The RFQ states, we believe Centrix has the best qualifications for our district needs. Number 2, we're bringing you what that would cost. And number 3, it would be, do you want to take a loan out to implement the cost savings? If you kick it down the street, we're not going to probably have the same cost. It's probably going to be higher. And so then what do we do? Do we look back and go, well, we should have done it a year ago? Because in my experiences, everything's going to go up. Just like just within a couple years of the bond election, the cost of things have gone up. We have saved so much money on our end. I can't always say on the construction manager at risk, because they took the risk, and we are getting to look at two years of what we can buy with that money. And so my suggestion, and then I'm going to my suggestion, but you guys vote on it, is recommending to move forward so that we can have HVAC that we can control, and we can save on energy savings by being able to control. Otherwise, our next move will be hire an HVAC equipment guy to run around the building and service it, and also punch the controls on the wall. When we're out of school, when in the summer, somebody has to program everything, so we're going to need to put it in manpower versus equipment, which the total cost of ownership then is just skyrocketing. So I'm just saying, you guys make the decision. We've done the best we can as far as qualifications and who is on the tips. Everything that we've done, we followed. We had our attorneys look at it. So I guess I can just leave that on the table and let y'all make the decision.
I think I just want to add to it. I don't think I'm questioning the what. Like, I know the what. I understand what you're trying to do, and I 100% agree that we have to do that. I think I'm questioning the how we're doing it. So
Could you explain what another how would look like?
Well, I'm saying due diligence to, like, is this the best? We've not seen anything as far as costs, like this would cost us this with McKinstry. This would cost us this with this next company.
I think I can help a little bit on that. This might be confusing. So we're directly working with Train on the HVAC systems, right? So we've taken out kind of like the middleman. The roofing needs assessment was done based on what our recommendation was. So there wasn't a middleman in that. So we actually are dealing with the same people giving us pricing that would give the other competitors the same pricing, because we are using the same products that we've already bid on through a lot of the bond process. And so they have been established, and we have some background with them because they went through the bidding process previously too. And we already are putting that type of equipment in our school so that we are 100% trained, we are using the same controls. And so it does limit a little bit about what that competitive can be. And they're all on the competitive bidding tips, so that they all have to fall within a certain guideline of competitive pricing. So that I think hasn't been explained if you haven't gone through this process before too. I don't know if one last person or bond counsel or anyone has anything to correct or add to the explanation of what a RFQ is that can help.
So to your question, I wanted to answer that, ma'am, if I could. Having done this so many times in the past, I can't speak specifically to what was in there because I wasn't part of the creation of it. But your question is, well, okay, if it's all about the savings, this type of project, and it is, you're exactly right, then where is that showing up in here? And my response to you would be, it shows up in all of them, okay? So when you evaluate the personnel that will be involved in this project, which you're doing right there, do these people know how to engineer, how to design towards energy savings instead of just low cost, for example, right? In number 4, where have they done this before, and who will speak to those things? What other school districts will speak to those things? It's right there. Number 3, approach and methodology. You know, what is the way that this company and companies like them approach an energy project that relies solely on savings and offset costs. And so while I guess you guys could have done a, number 6 that says, okay, show me your energy savings, it's all through there. And I know that because I responded to this one, right? And that was the crux of it. So that was a very good question. I just want to point out that it is all through it, the most important criteria there. And then Ms. Smith-Faulkner, did you want me to say anything else about the equipment selection and all that? I think you covered that pretty well. Yeah. So
Validate it.
yeah, just validating what she said. We are using people that you have vetted before, okay? People that are known to the district that have done good work here. Your roofing company, Train, your HVAC people. The lighting company that we're bringing to the table is the best value for this subset of districts in the state of Texas. It's not one of the big guys with stacked margins and high overhead and things like that. We have our finger upon the pulse of kind of the lighting market across Texas, right? And we kind of have a short list of who would best deliver to a place like Castleberry. And so that's the solutions that we're bringing to you inside of this project. Just wanted to speak to that.
I think to your comments around like past performance and reference, like we just see a rubric. We don't have we don't have evidence to support what you're saying, right? So I think that's the other part that, it's kind of like this blind trust thing that, there's a little bit of, hesitation. And that's true transparency. So,
Sure.
So yeah, thank you. Thank you.
I wouldn't want you just to trust what I'm saying here. I'd want you to, do that, which these guys have, right? Run the traps and talk to other people that we've done this with, so.
And of course, it's in there indirectly in each one of those. But you would think that we would want it more directly facing with the heavy weight. Absolutely. With $5 million on the table.
I hear you say call for a vote. Mary Lou? Okay.
I just have a few more questions. On B, so if we're voting to award Centrix this project, is that what I'm reading?
No.
'Cause-
Consider approval of the request of the RFQ and award of energy savings performance project to Centrix through the
So-
TIPS purchasing. We're awarding them their RFQ. They're saying they won the RFQ.
Okay, that's all that's saying. We're not saying we're awarding them the project.
That would be on the contract.
Okay, but that's what I was asking. That's
Yes.
how I read
Yes.
that. Okay.
And then C is the contract.
So this is what I was hearing Superintendent Smith-Faulkner say, is that, and this is what I wrote down, and you kind of verified it, that we can finance now and use Centrix, an outside project management group, or we can hold off on the debt and have our facilities managers build and run a comprehensive maintenance and replacement plan that would include the stadium lighting, parking lots, and the 150 other HVAC. Are those our choices? And then you said that if we do go ahead and do it ourselves, those costs just are astronomical, because we would be hiring it's another salary. Do we?
Well, we
and you
couldn't
said
do it in 1
astronomical.
year.
And this is all done in 1 year, correct?
We were hoping to get it done by the end of bond, but I don't foresee that this could be done by the end of it. It'd probably take longer now, but yes, if we go with the company to basically run this project, they can get it done quickly so that we can have the equipment and the savings begin much quicker. There is no way that we could hire an HVAC person to oversee this project, something like this, at this magnitude.
And I believe I asked that last time too.
Yeah.
And you answered it, so. But
Yeah.
that's kind of where my brain has been sitting, is comparing, because, which leads to my other questions about front-loading this $5.1 million, I can't even read my own handwriting, in replacements now, doesn't mean that we're eliminating our regular maintenance plan, correct?
No, not at all.
For the next 15 years, okay,
Matter of
that's
fact,
all, so
because
that's
this
all,
is
that's all,
just a
just no,
portion, yeah.
right, just no.
Yes.
So my question is, how does this impact the daily duties of our current in-house maintenance staff?
If this is approved, is that what
Yes.
you're asking me?
Yes.
Yes, so it really, they would focus more on your general work orders. I mean, obviously, when you're talking about auxiliary services, you still got to have grounds, you got to have your electricians and things like that. So it takes some of the load off them where they can then concentrate on other areas. We have some that do multiple things, such as a mechanic and an HVAC person. So,
So is anyone losing their job?
no,
Okay.
no.
Let's see. So I think what I really need to see now, a maintenance pump replacement plan. I need to see what that looks like and how we're going to address these 150 units going forward. I mean, I think that using Centrix probably makes economical sense for us right now.
Ms. Golan, I think what the analogy I used on the 150 units
I'm stuck on
was-
that, huh?
Well, what it is if we don't use a person or a company, if we follow the $200,000 allotment we have each year for that, taking that out, the 150 units that we wouldn't cover is solely based on our current plan right now. If we use Centrix, then it helps us. We still have to have a plan for our HVAC units because it doesn't cover all of them. But what it then does, along with preventative maintenance of the current units and the new units we have to extend the life of them, yes, we will still have to address that, but it won't be such a burden because all these were built at the same time, is what I'm saying.
So we'll still be able to fund our maintenance plans, even though we're incurring debt.
Yes.
And we can afford this debt, Mr. Wooten, I believe, told us last month, that this is a debt that we can manage.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, okay, I was hoping we could put some of that money.
I'd like to make a comment. I want to thank all of y'all that are sitting in this front row because y'all know what y'all are doing. Thank you for explaining it and dissecting it and detailing it. And I don't know how much further we can go besides reading the whole contract, but we're not going to do that. So just thank y'all for that.
Yeah, definitely. So there's been a call for a vote?
Yeah. I would like to just say also, I would like to also thank the board for doing their due diligence and asking these hard questions, because I'm not an HVAC person. I just know it better be cool when I come in here at night. And so I think that this has been a team effort, and we had to work through some hard things to get to where maybe we're going to right now. And so I think that that's okay that we did that. But yes, and you have worked 4 months. And I think, and kudos to our superintendent, is about solutions, and she saw that we had this problem, and so what is the solution? And who likes debt? But we are in deferred maintenance right now, and we don't want to do that either, so thank you, Kathy.
So we have a motion and a second. Please indicate your vote.
On 10B.
Yes, just on 10B. That's all we have a motion for. The motion carries 5-2. On to item 10C, consider approval of district energy savings performance contract for a total of $4,997,000. Is there a motion?
Mr. President, I move to approve the District Energy Savings Performance Contract with Centrix Energy Partners, LLC, as presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any further discussion?
Yes.
I have a question. I think I want to go back to my question around columns B and C and where that money's coming from, because I think they paused me the last time.
So measured will be the column, the first column, the energy savings.
I get that.
Yep, everybody's good there.
Yep.
The second column is kind of pre-measured and projected forward, because you can't really, we can true those up, year after year, which we will do. And that's the avoided costs from not having to change light bulbs and replace and service HVAC units and those things. That number was derived using industry standards, okay, along with your costs, personnel costs, labor rates, that kind of thing. And so that's where that came from. The third column is what we've kind of been talking about over here a little bit, which is projecting forward the costs of things that you will have to replace. It's not a question of if, you will have to replace these things. Projecting forward the costs of those over several years, pulling them back into today's money, which I need to make the point so that we all hear this, that avoids any inflation going forward, right? Okay, that's the huge magic of that one. And so working with your district, actually at the directive of your district leadership, we identified those scopes of work, monetized them, and then pulled them all back into today's money so that you're now amortizing those costs over the years of the project. So those won't get measured in the M&V because they can't, because you guys have said this is what we want to do, these are the costs. We're all aware that that's what that means, and that's how it comes together.
And what happens if we don't save that? Like, what happens if we don't, if we can't make our payment? Like, what kind of guarantee do you guys give us?
So the one that you just have to make sure that you come up with is that last column, because we've all agreed that's the value of all the future work that you're gonna amortize over the years of the project, right? The other two, that's what we're on the hook for.
So you guys are on the hook for the utility savings,
Yep.
column A, and you're on the hook for O&M savings, column B.
Yes, ma'am.
But C is where we are.
That's where you guys.
That's where
yeah,
we, okay.
You're signifying that, yes, we understand, we're gonna spend that money anyway, we want to avoid spending more of it in the future, so we're gonna carve that out of our budget. And what we heard tonight is that you're already spending way more than that anyway.
Because part of that $5 million includes equipment.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Very much. And so the inflationary costs that you'll be avoiding really are threefold. It's the cost of equipment, it's the cost of labor, and it's the cost of materials.
And new light fixtures.
Materials, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is that, are you, any more, Lindsay?
Thank you for your question, ma'am.
So I have one more question, and let me find it. It's about the contract. Does our contract include a legally binding performance guarantee where they must pay the district whatever amount that is and the total benefits if the benefits are not reached? Is that covered in our contract?
It is.
It is covered?
And by the state statute. So even if I didn't have it in my contract, I'd have to do that.
Really?
That's in Schedule 1 scope of work.
Yes, ma'am.
That's
Yes,
what,
ma'am.
Kathy?
Schedule 1.
Schedule 1 scope of work, contracts is my job. Thank you.
Okay.
Is there any further discussion?
Just one thing, just for clarification.
Yes, ma'am.
So from year 6 to 15, we're paying you $7,000 a year to tell us about the energy savings we're having?
Oh, yes, that's the M&V column. So we've only priced that out for the first 5 or 6 years. Typically, districts after that see the track record and say, we're good, everything's going, as it should, and they opt for us not to come back after that. The cost would be commensurate if you wanted that to go forward.
And that's in the contract?
Yes, ma'am, under measurement and verification.
So we can both get out of the contract if we want to as well?
Yeah, you don't have to incur any of those costs. I would almost insist that you do at least 1 year with us, because otherwise, what's the point? But
At least those 5 years?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, so
That's-
years 6 through 15, that's where.
It's your choice.
Where I had some gray areas, like what's going on in those years?
Yeah, that's your choice. And if you want us to come back year 6 through 15, I would love it. In fact, I hope that you'll say yes to that.
Okay.
But it's a yearly decision.
So my last question to you, Ms. Smith-Faulkner, is making sure that we will have enough money for our replacement and maintenance plan moving forward. Dewey's face is like, what kind of question is that? I mean, I think that's where a lot of my consternation is. I'm worried about that.
But remember, this is part of our replacement plan, and it guarantees that we're doing it. We have to look at it that way. Now, many times we're like, we're making a replacement plan each year, but what we're doing now is we're taking a really proactive approach, saying this is our replacement. We're not relying on someone else, but there will be other painting and, you know, things like that that have to happen. And you know, we have a legislative session, believe it or not, it's already about to happen again. And we didn't get a lot of money for these things. And that's another thing that's put us in this bind, because most of the money went to salaries for teachers, which is great, but inflation's still happening, and this is the best way we can find to take advantage, of savings, getting the equipment, and getting some savings back, because if we don't do this, what savings do we get? Zero. So to me, it's the best way that we can guarantee some replacement. And I can't say that we might have to cut on some things, because to me, HVAC and roofing, we can't let it leak and run the facilities. We have to have HVAC, because I get a call when we don't. I'm the HVAC technician, as a matter of fact. I'm the first call usually when there's complaints. I get it. And so I want to try my best to eliminate that and not bring a cost of $1 million, because the other thing we didn't talk about is sometimes you have to replace the roofing at the same time you're doing HVAC. So how are we going to afford that? Then you got to wait how long to replace it. So it is a difficult situation, and I did not take this lightly because it comes out of the M&O side. But working with Lenny and Cameron and William, we work together, and we are going to go forward then looking at the replacement plan to ensure that we're covering other small items as our facilities are aging also.
And unfortunately, $5 million isn't that much money.
No, it's not.
I mean, I hate to be quibbling over that, but I think that's just part of our stewardship mindset.
Yes, ma'am.
And so. It is. But.
It's hard.
And I think that you have a good relationship with our people here, so.
It is a lot, and we want to, and yes, it's one pay app for a large construction project, but I want to answer a lot of questions real quick and just say, while we brought it to you 4 months ago, and if we're good with Centrix, I just want to say, on my part and Lenny's part, we have worked for 11 months on this. So when I got here, I noticed the old lighting and the leaky roofs and things. These are hard to address because they're not flashy. You're not going to see renderings like you saw earlier on this new project. These are things that we need. But I want to tell you one thing. The premise is not just about energy savings. Yes, we're going to save a lot of money on our utility bill. William can attest that's higher than average of most districts this size. The idea behind this is to take time that Ricky is spending walking around changing old light bulbs that are yellow and blue and orange and white, and that Justin is spending on top of roofs replacing motors and compressors because we don't have the money to replace units, and turning that around and spending that time on preventative maintenance, which is a little bit cheaper, but now a unit may last 12, 15, 18 years instead of 7 or 8. Now lighting with LED, it's actually got warranties in place, but it will last 15 years and uses 1/3 of the energy that the lighting that you currently have now in these buildings. So when it comes to classrooms, it's less downtime. It's less time on our guys being on top of roofs and inside of ceilings. And now we're putting a true preventative maintenance plan in place that every year, 3 times a year, we're replacing filters. 4 times a year, we're going and doing roof assessments and patching areas that need to be patched before they turn into areas that we can't patch and have to be replaced. So last summer, we spent a lot of time doing x-rays and cores. We didn't bring all that to you, but we've probably employed about $200,000 or $300,000 worth of work from contractors that they haven't charged us for, in hopes that they would have an opportunity when the time comes, which is tonight, to have the work to help the district. So that kind of addresses a lot of things that you all have been discussing.
I think just the last thing I want to say is, first, Mr. Wooten, do you think we can pay this $470,000 a year bill in addition to having a maintenance plan that we're saying we will be able to do. And then my third question is, why don't we have a maintenance plan before now? So I think that's the other part of it.
I can clearly address that. So I'm going to go back to 2010, 2011. Even those, we were working on a $1.5 million replacement plan. Over the cost of the years, with inflation, with lack of funding, over a period of time, that 1.5 to 200,000, you can't do much.
Right.
And obviously, instruction's going to take priority, and staff, and the last thing, usually the first thing you get cut is maintenance. And it's not only here, it's statewide.
Yeah.
So that answers the question.
I hear you, and I think optics-wise, again, I'm being a representative of the community here.
Sure.
We pass a bond, we're building a new school, but our other schools are falling apart. I think that's the optics that I see. So again, I'm not questioning the what. I get the what. I think the what is definitely, I'm 100% on board. I think it's the how. So again, I won't belabor it, but I just want y'all to know, nothing personal, guys, but I'm going to do what I feel like is my responsibility, so.
Mr. President, we have board members left. Yeah, she may have the last question or something.
We're back at 10:23. Please indicate your vote. Motion carries 5-2. On to item 10D, consideration of possible approval of a resolution authorizing the issuance, sale, and delivery of Castleberry Independent School District Maintenance Tax Note Series 2026, and approving other matters incident and related thereto. Is there a motion?
Mr. President, I move to approve the resolution authorizing the issuance, sale, and delivery of Castleberry Independent School District Maintenance Tax Notes, Series 2026, and approving other matters incident and related thereto as presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any further discussion?
I have one question. So, Adrian, we can, if we had some savings, we could pay down the tax note,
Oh.
correct?
Yes, it's callable anytime at par, so you could either refinance it, or you could take cash and
Yeah.
pay it down.
So I'm working
save
on
the
that in my
interest
head already, okay.
To
So,
defeasance.
okay.
Because, and we've done that in the past.
Yes, we have. So that's why, I really think this is, yes. So, yes, with what you're saying, Tracy, my mind is already thinking about some savings. I've already talked to Adrian about one thing I can't do, but I have some other ideas, okay?
And I wanted to point out that the winning bid, Simmons Bank at a 419, the cover bid, which is second place, is a 461. So it's an outlier that they bid so aggressively. And the feedback I got from the placement agent was Simmons Bank is coming back into the market in Texas, and they wanted to win some deals. And this is the first one they had seen. So I'll take luck. Sometimes it's the day of taking the bids and somebody wants to win it. But it's 419, and then second place is 461, 462, 482. So that is playing a lot into the savings. Thank you.
So, I think that explains what we're voting on. We're voting on with this recommended company. Okay, sorry, I can't,
Yes,
I'm
it's
having
locked in
issues.
at this time. Go ahead, Armand.
Sorry, it's.
Yes, no,
it's
happy
my
to address.
computer. It's not me, I
Happy
promise.
to address that question. So yeah, the matter before the board right now is a resolution that would authorize the sale of the notes. So Adrian has presented the financial terms that were secured through the bid process, but this would actually be accepting those terms and you are selling the notes. Now, we will close. It's very similar to kind of, if you think about it, of selling your home. We're selling the notes today, but if it's the board's pleasure to move forward on this, I will then, there's an AG review process that needs to take place. I will take the documents, submit them to the Attorney General's office, walk through that review process. The bank's attorneys will look at our documents, and then we will close. We're closing June 2nd. And that's when the funds will actually be delivered. So this is the motion is to approve the issuance of those notes. And we're closing in about a month's time.
And then we can start the work in
Mhm.
June. All right, thank you. That's clear as mud. Why do we need a resolution?
So that is actually a requirement of the education code. So it's section 45.108 requires that these maintenance tax notes are issued by resolution. It makes specific reference to resolution. You could probably technically do an order, but the convention is to do a resolution because a resolution is mentioned in the statute. But so for the bonds, for instance, it's a very astute observation though. For bonds, for instance, it's always done by order. But since resolution is mentioned in the education code, we use a resolution.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Is there any further discussion? Please indicate your vote. Motion carries 6-1. Item 10E, consider approval of proposed contract renewal recommendations. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. Is there a motion?
I move to approve the superintendent's recommendations to renew teachers, librarians, nurses, and other professionals per the attached list, subject to assignment.
Is there a second?
Did we not already vote on that?
No, that was 10F.
No.
That was a professional new hires. These are teachers, librarians, and
I know, but I thought that
Nurses.
someone read teachers, librarians.
That one
It didn't.
was for the new hires. This one's for existing staff getting
Oh,
their.
okay.
It sounds the same though.
Thank you.
Yeah.
No.
is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Please indicate your vote. Motion carries 7-0. Item 11, information items. Is there anything we need to go over at 10:30 at night? Anybody in anything wants to highlight anything in section 11? There's quite a bit. No, I'm gonna jump down to 12, I'm not hearing anything, so, board key dates, there's 2 meetings next week. Start there, 12A. So, got a board workshop on next Monday, and canvassee election on Tuesday. And we also, just a reminder, just to double check, on June 8th for the hearing, who is going to be here or not going to be here? Or
What time is that?
6 o'clock, June 8th? We're still talking about June 8th?
So basically 3 Mondays, the first 3 Mondays in June, taken. 2 board meetings and.
Yeah.
There goes my trip to Cancun. Drama night, I think we had that tonight.
We have one on the 15th of June.
It's on the calendar.
The 15th is your budget.
Anybody going to have a problem being here on the 8th?
I cannot commit to the 8th yet. I shared that I have potential conflict.
Anybody else?
Okay, you're good,
Everybody good?
Linda? Okay.
Okay, good. Yeah, all right. That was the only big concern.
Board President, can we change 12C to the next board meeting?
Yeah, let's do that, please.
Yes,
That's a
because
good-
I've been
I
out one
propose
day
we,
since I've been to the convention, so I haven't had time to prepare.
sure.
Even though it was really great, and I mean, I'm getting my second win, so.
Sure. We will move 12C on to the next meeting. Anything else in 12?
Dr. Richland, do you have any news for us on any direction?
Let me turn on my mic here. Yes, so you have to arrive at 6:30. They were only giving us 5 parking spaces for the garage. However, do you remember I'll make sure that you get a map. If you remember last year, several of you parked in the back where the kids come in. That lot is now finished and it's much larger. Remember, there was construction last year. There are plenty of spots, and that is actually probably the preferable spot to park because it's literally across the street from the entrance. I think that's easier than parking in the garage. So we'll get you a map so that you know exactly where it is. Completely fine if you choose to do that instead. I will make sure that you have a map. You're welcome.
Anything else?
Ms. Smith-Faulkner, are we wearing black or navy? What is your preference?
How about blue, black, or red?
Blue, black, or red? You heard the lady.
So choices. It sounds like a bruise, but.
Anything else? Well, our next meeting is next Tuesday. No, it's actually next Monday, the 11th, for our training, followed by Tuesday. So 3 hours. So, all right. So I move we adjourn.
On Monday. That's what she's talking about.
Yeah.
So-
Hearing no objection, we stand adjourned at 10:34 PM. 10:34.